Let me call the meeting to order. My name is Frank Reinow. I'm Mayor Pro Tem. The time right now is 6 p.m. So again, this meeting is streamed on the village website. The public can also participate via Zoom. Instructions and overall public participation guidelines are listed on the website and on page 5 of the meeting packet. The Village of Los Ranchos is providing the ability for the public to participate in hybrid meetings. As with any application, digital service, or software, the opportunity for failure can occur. Therefore, the village is not responsible for the inability to connect to the meeting, either by Zoom meeting link, or viewing via live stream. The meeting video and audio is recorded and will be available online after the meeting on the village website. Just as a reminder, we would greatly appreciate that those who come to the microphone, please use your allotted time. Please again address the Board of Trustees and again limit your discussion to items that are not on the agenda this evening. What we're looking for, hopefully, is public comment. We need to ensure that we respect each other and are civil with each other, even when those times where there may be disagreement. And so hopefully you will help us, to help you in order to be able to ensure that we have a productive meeting. So for the roll call, Trustee Benavides? Here. Trustee Kiefer?
Here.
Trustee Radnovich?
Here.
Okay, thank you. Let's please stand for the pledge. Oh, post the colors, please.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Gentlemen, can you come up here and tell us a little bit about yourselves to the audience?
William. I'm 16 years old. I go to Volcano Vista High School, and I've been in scouting since kindergarten.
Okay. My name is Aaron. My hobbies are painting and archery. And I'm 11 years old, and I've been in scouting for like 6 months now.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Okay. So we move on then to approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve or amend the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second that.
Okay. Is there discussion from the governing body?
No.
Okay. Okay, so let me call for the roll call vote. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
And Trustee Rano, yes. Okay, motion carries 4-0. We now get to the section on public comment. So participants wishing to speak on topics that do not appear on the agenda will be given 3 minutes. And no action can occur on these items. If you have questions, please feel free to contact staff during business hours. So Danielle, can we proceed by calling up the first individual signed up for general comment?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Trustees, our first individual is Ms. Connie Barrow. If you would, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, I'm Connie Barrow, 800 Chamasal Road Northwest. I'm speaking here as a private citizen and not in my official capacity as a P&Z commissioner. Some of my fellow villagers are indicating they speak for me. I want to remind the trustees and my fellow villagers that the mayor and board were elected by about 1/3 of the vote. A plurality, not a majority. Excuse me. That obviously means that about 2/3 of the voters did not vote for this board. I want to lower the temperature in the village. To quote our president, I want to reject, quote, extremism and fury, end quote. As on a national level, the rhetoric in the village has become, and I quote, too heated. Let's listen to each other and consider the longer-term effects of our statements and actions. One action I would like to call attention to is the village budget. It affects all of us. $77,000 was spent for legal fees in June. Lawyers representing the village fighting against itself. $77,000? 1 month, really? Please let's stop. Use that money, for example, to take the long view and avoid further confrontation with ourselves. If we win, we risk what we all agree is what we want, open space. If we, that is the village of Los Ranchos, if we are sued and lose, which will probably happen, the assets that we have to sell to satisfy the judgment will be our open spaces. So I'm trying to say, let's lower the temperature and be sensible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Gouy? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. My name is Robert Goy, and I reside at 7200 Rio Grande Boulevard Northwest, and I'd like to share my opinions and thoughts about the Village Center project and a bit about village governance. In my opinion, there should be no effort supported by the trustees using village funds to stop or tear down the Village Center project for a lot of reasons. The following are the ones I find most compelling. There was clearly no public mandate to tear down the Village Center project during the last election cycle. Mayor Craig wanted additional consideration for things like parking, noise, and traffic mitigation. Furthermore, he was elected with 35% of the vote. The Village Board of Trustees have an obligation to weigh this and to represent all the residents regardless their personal bias. This project was developed, reviewed, and funded in the public eye over multiple years. There was public input, public meetings, and it was approved in a manner that was and is considered normal process. Contrary to some of the assertions being made about this project, was not created in a vacuum or a back room or without input from the public. Importantly, this information is available for anyone who wants to review the history of the project on the village website. The facts are readily available. To tear it down would be an affront to the residents who supported the project over these many years, essentially tearing at the fabric of our community to satisfy a vocal minority. The legal costs for the village appear to have been around $75,000, apparently 77, for June alone. Where is that in the budget, and how do we think that is going to work out for the residents who will foot the bill? The legal actions and protests were too late in the process, and it feels wrong for the village or others to continue to grasp for a win at all costs when many people in the village do not support this action. Most importantly, it is creating division and is destructive to the village reputation and our future as a village. Too much damage has been done in an attempt to stop something that was approved for all the right reasons and still has significant support. Is it perfect? Of course not. Will it degrade our community? I think not. We love living in Los Ranchos, and we're attracted by its open space and beautiful setting. But mostly, it was and is the amazing people we have met over the years. I sincerely hope we start moving to a more rational and reasonable position with the Village Center project. It's time for us all to get back to building our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Judith Gray?
My name is Judith Gray, and I live at 435 El Paraiso Road. I'm very concerned about the legal actions underway to try to stop construction of the Village Center development. This is a terrible burden on our village budget. As has already been mentioned, I saw from the budget report that we spent more than $75,000 on legal fees just in the month of June. That appears to be about 50% more than we paid for payroll, which we have a lot of staff. We could really use some of the services of our staff. I listened in on much of the hearing last Friday. I'm not a lawyer, and it was pretty confusing, but it does seem to me that your suit against Palindrome is actually a suit against the village. You are suing us. If Mr. Ward succeeds in establishing a wrongful action, it will be the village and all of us that are on the hook, not Palindrome. How would we cover the tens of millions that might result from this action? Would the village file bankruptcy? If that happens, I wonder if we would somehow disincorporate and fold back into Bernalillo County, or if the city of Albuquerque would want to annex us. By the way, I am one of the residents who likes the Village Center project. There is no group in Los Ranchos that speaks for me, that represents my views. On a separate but related matter, I see that you have a discussion item on the agenda for tonight about increases to the gross receipts tax, the GRT. Fair. I'm opposed to any increase while the village is taking actions that endanger our fiscal solvency and potentially stop a revenue-raising project. I understand that this is a volunteer council, and I appreciate that you are here in public service. At the same time, these legal actions are a disservice to the village and are putting our solvency at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Katie Flam?
I'm Katie Flam. I live at 524 Chamiso Lane. If it's okay with you all, I'd like my husband to read what I wrote because I'm having a little issue with my voice in this very hot weather. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, here you go. Just think of him as me.
If you would, please state your name.
I'm Brian Flam. I live at 524 Chamiso Lane in Los Ranchos. Many Los Ranchos residents were caught by surprise when construction of apartment buildings at 4th and Osuna began in September of '22. The massive projects seemed to spring out of nowhere. I, like all Los Ranchos residents, receive the village vision every month. The minutes from the meetings are published, but I confess to not reading many of them because I don't understand the language of plats and zoning and the technicalities in many of these reports. I recently asked someone familiar with the project and got schooled on what took place when we saw those buildings go up. Mayor John Hooker began the planning process for a metropolitan redevelopment area at the southeast corner of 4th and Osuna in 2002. The vision from the very beginning was to include housing, commercial, and public gatherings places. The goal was and is to bring economic development and tax base into our community and to provide a focal point for vibrant culture of the village. The Board of Trustees gave its approval in a thorough and deliberate process of public consultation and planning took place over nearly 20 years. The village selected Palindrome as the developer. From 2018 to 2022, there were 4 years of planning, including regular presentations by Palindrome to the trustees and the public as the concept and design were developed. Updates on the project were published regularly in the Village Vision and mailed to every resident. The final agreement with Palindrome for construction was finalized in 2022 by Mayor Lopez and members of his staff. Unfortunately, this last action did not conform to our bylaws, as the final agreement should have been done in public by entities like the Board of Trustees and Planning and Zoning. Now some residents are insisting that because proper procedure was not followed, construction of the almost completed buildings should be halted, and some even want them torn down. Most of the village don't want to take this drastic step. Such an action could bring unintended consequences. Palindrome might sue with a judgment in the millions for breach of contract, possibly bankrupting the village. This result could also trigger financial repercussions for residents, such as higher taxes to cover losses. It's time to repair the damage this controversy has caused to our community. One path would be to revisit and recertify the final agreement with public meetings. One path would be, this would require the willingness to make this happen by our Mayor Pro Tem and our trustees. The violation of approval procedure is a village issue, and frankly, it's puzzling that our elected officials are not moving heaven and earth to correct it. For years, I wasn't paying close attention to the activities in the village. I now see the necessity of being informed. I hope that I and other residents can find a way to work together on the remaining plans for the village and for the village center and on future projects. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you both. Mr. J.T. Mickelson.
J.T. Michelson, 53-year resident, 5001 Rio Grande Boulevard Northwest, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. I echo all of the previous statements. I also want to point out the $77,000 legal expense on this month's budget and over $420,000 year to date. That's 50% of all of the non-wage expenses that the village is expending. We need to figure out how to solve this problem and to quit suing ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Susan Gallegos.
Hi, I'm Susan Gallegos, and I live at 504 Chavez Road Northwest, just a few houses away from all these buildings. I'm going blind, and I have a son that's got autism. It's gotten to a point to where I can't even cross the street. And we're talking about how we don't have the money anymore to be doing this and that. I'd like to know why that property was sold for the price it was sold for to begin with. It just doesn't make any sense. And as for the committee that was there with Donald Lopez, I feel like we should ask for the resignation of those people since they didn't represent us at all. Everything was done illegally. None of it makes any sense to me at all. I feel like we have put our trust in the Board of Trustees, and nothing good came of it. Yeah, and I've got a friend here because I'm going blind. he's going to finish reading what I had here.
Thank you. My name's Andres Valdez. I'm speaking for Susie Gallegos. Basically, there's a list of demands, and I want to give the Board of Trustees a copy. First of all, number one, the village by law is obligated to enforce an injunction that is in place until the judge's decision. This should be demanded of the village administrator to actually do. It's a mandate. The two Board of Trustees, part of the former Board of Trustees that voted to violate the village charter mandate, that's Gilbert Gallego, Gilbert Benavides, and George Radnovich, by allowing and nurturing the palindrome project all along, and given the problem it is causing the village, respectfully need to resign. Number three, Palindrome took the risk in a project and gambled in a project that was risky, knowing it was in violation of the village charter, and in coercion worked with a planning and zoning commission that conveniently, illegally, was entrusted with authority by the Board of Trustees. Had had the Board of Trustees was in working with Palindrome, and Palindrome is not innocent and must be opposed in any attempt that they might make in opposition to the village and its citizens. Bernalillo County must also incur its losses. Bernalillo County, basically, if I may just say that that they've overstepped their bounds and that they've issued $90 million in projects, and they need to be held accountable as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. David Brom.
Order, please. Order, please. Daniel?
Mr. David Brom.
Hello, good evening. I'm David Bram, 4148 Dietz Farm Circle Northwest, the sleepy corner over there. I've been in Los Ranchos for 9 years and in New Mexico for 24. I'm asking you guys to reconsider the legal actions against Palindrome and to drop it so we can welcome new neighbors and new businesses. And to be more specific, 77 is the whole nut. 40,000, over 40,000 was for the Ward law firm, which is specific to the Palindrome. That's outrageous and it needs to stop. You guys have to work together. We can do this. We can do this as a community. It's time to put it to rest and move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Penny Remby.
Thank you very much. My name is Penny Remby. I live at 4903 Rio Grande Boulevard Northwest. Do I say something else? Is that enough?
That's enough.
Okay. Thank you all so much for being here and for listening to this. I appreciate it. I actually like the development, and I'm really excited because we have a lot of employees who are looking at it to live there, so they could ride their bikes to work, and it would be wonderful. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I'd also like to say that I've been working on a plan to get people in the village to volunteer to do different things, to work at the Anderson House, to have tours there, to have events there, have children's theater there. There are all kinds of things that we can do as a village with volunteers. And to spend our time fighting what I think is an exciting development. It's affordable housing. It's what we need here. And I brought something that was in the paper the other day from Jim Strozer, who's been in consensus planning for years in Albuquerque. And he said, there's an attitude out there that we don't like housing developments. We do like housing development. We need them. We're lucky to have it here in Los Ranchos. A lot of them haven't ever come here. So I'm hoping that we can plan this, get it done, and get on with something that's positive for the village. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. David Montoya?
Thank you, David Montoya. I'm 8831 4th Street Northwest. You know, I really appreciate some of these things that are being said, and I understand them. However, some of these comments are talking about the liabilities that the village is going to face by lawsuits. And so I think the village ought to look into really how much the indemnities that we have really protect us. That should be number one. But number two really is the fact that we're going with other liabilities. We have infrastructure liabilities that we got to pay for. Already just a few months ago, got approved right here, $600,000 extra a year. That's $50,000 a month to pay just for fire, because now we need a large truck. And the fire department says there may be more forthcoming. There's also cost to police, security, more infrastructure. So all these people are wanting to protect our village, and I appreciate it, but let's protect ourselves from the other liabilities. And I think we really need to understand, and a board needs to be put together to find out what those costs are going to really be. And the other day, if anybody listened to some of the words spoken at the hearing and are informed by the proposals that are out there, they're telling us that we're going to get $13 million a year in gross receipts. Please raise your hand if you really think that this project is going to give us $13 million a year. Oh, that's great. Now, I would like to see a guarantee of even half. It's really a far stretch to think that we're going to get that kind of money. And we think, so let's not fool ourselves. And the liabilities are big. So if we have to add other parking like we did we put on 4th Street because people are losing parking, that's going to cost us. 4th and Asuna is going to cost us a lot of money. So let's know what the costs are. Let's not just say we're afraid of lawsuits. Let's trust the previous people that said we are indemnifying the village. And remember that we gave $8 to $10 million to bring other people to the village. So we're not in our neighborhood. The last thing I want you to remember is that I am part of the people that tried to protect you guys on Rio Grande. And you guys need to kind of work to protect us on this other side. Try to build one of these on your side of the neighborhood for a change. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Marcia Adams? Thank you. Mr. Darrell Mummert?
Darrell Mummert, 330 Vineyard Road. So I want to thank Public Safety Advisor Fred Radzovich. He, so after coming in time and time again about the issue on traffic on Vineyard, he commissioned a traffic study and he sent us the data. I just want to share it with you real quick. So it was done June 24th to July 1st. So there was a total in that week of 11,952 cars. So that's a daily count of 1,750. So I can tell you for a fact, Saturday and Sunday are sleepy days on Vineyard. So the majority of that traffic was in 5 days. So you're well over 2,000 a day. Spoke to several traffic engineers and they said, you're in crisis mode over 1,000 cars a day on a residential street. We're already double that. And this thing on 4th Street that they keep talking about, all these traffic studies were done and all these calculations. Well, those engineers said that an apartment or a townhouse, they consider 7 trips per day per unit. And then retail of 1,000 square feet, 38 trips per unit. So you go figure what that traffic's gonna be. And where's it coming? It's gonna be coming down Chavez, it's gonna be coming down Osuna, it's gonna be coming down Vineyard. Willow, they don't have this traffic because those speed bumps are just violent. But they're gonna start getting the traffic, and Mullen's gonna see it. It's a traffic disaster. And as stated before, we're on the other side of 4th Street. We don't get a lot of respect, but we pay taxes. We have high-priced houses. And, I appreciate the traffic study, but we now need to take the next step in what are we gonna do? And personally, half of Vineyard Road is county, half of it is village, and I don't understand why you just don't block it off. So, but I appreciate it, and I would like to speak some more to whoever we need to get this addressed further. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nancy Nangeroni, please.
Hi, Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. It's great to see a packed house. It's good to have lots of citizen participation, even those of you that I do not agree with. I support you being here and I support you being heard. I wish informed Los Ranchos was more informed. What we are dealing with here was a conspiracy between the mayor and other members of the administration and Palindrome to foist on the village a development that would never have been approved if we had seen what they were planning to build before it was too late. That is the bottom line. Now, I don't like spending money on lawyers either. They're way overpaid. If I were paid $3.50 an hour, I'd talk real slow too. But what we're talking about is the rule of law in our village. We're talking about holding people accountable who have broken the law. That is the bottom line. And you cannot put a price tag on that. If we do not stop this kind of underhanded development, it will hit us again and again and again. And that is something worth fearing, my friends. That is something we don't want to see in our village. Now, I've had my say on that. I want to acknowledge there was a pedestrian death on 4th Street Sunday night around El Pueblo. Yet another pedestrian death on 4th. And so I hope that our 4th Street project will move ahead. And I hope that we'll continue the narrowing of that street and the slowing of traffic there. I encountered an issue earlier today. I wanted to speak out on the ordinance 299, and I wanted to show a graphic that I had developed meticulously, very carefully, that I think is a very powerful visual. Now, I'm not going to try and do that tonight. Our mayor, in his wisdom, has arranged for there to be a meeting in which we can all discuss 299, and I accept that. I'm fine with advertising it. I know I'm not supposed to be talking about that now, but what I do want to talk about right now in my 12 seconds is it should be possible for someone like me to show a graphic up on the monitors, because the people who are watching this from a distance cannot see handouts that I give to the trustees. And it's a big disadvantage.
The speaker's time has expired.
Thanks, I'm going to take 10 extra seconds. It's a big disadvantage to members of the public to not be able to use visual aids when those that we're talking to get to use them. And so it's just a policy. It doesn't require a trustee vote. And I'm hoping that the village will reconsider. I'm hoping, John, that you will reconsider that policy and make it possible for us to present graphic images that can be seen by everybody. Thank you.
Ms. Gordine McKenzie. Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, Northwest. In the praise of palindrome that we've heard from our neighbors and our friends, there are a few things we didn't hear. We hear the legal funds, but if we compared those legal funds to the last administration, how would they stand up? Several of you have mentioned we gave that village land away, that land for $8 to $10 million. Very early on, before they broke ground, I had put together a committee in good faith to work with Chad Reniker to try to create something that would be in the character and style of our village. Something that the residents would like and something that would be very good for his business. And we worked with him for 1.5 years. And every time we would move forward, and of course, Chad was charming and he hugged us and he called me on the phone and he bought jewelry from me for his wife and we were buddy and friends. He walked everything back. Every time. All of the things that he promised got walked back. I finally realized things weren't going to change when I learned what happened at the Sawmill Apartments that Chad Reniker's company manages, and how roofs had fallen in. They were built in 2016. And how senior residents have gone to complain and continually complained and said, my roof is leaking, and then their roof finally fell in. And the response by his management company that he owns was, why don't you find somewhere else to live? And I think that we, as residents and as villagers, need to ask what we have invited into our village. We're not against affordable housing, but I'm wondering how Mr. Reniker feels about affordable housing when his tenants are given month-to-month leases and that rent is raised, when their cars are booted and they're charged $75 so they can get their cars back. The legal action that the residents overwhelmingly chose to take is not against the current administration. It's against an administration that did not hold open meetings and an administration that allowed
The speaker's time has expired.
unelected officials to make decisions and bypass our legal procedures. Chad is charming. He can be very charming, but I would watch him. Thank you.
Ms. Michelle Coons.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. My name's Michelle Coons, and I'm here this evening with my husband, Bill Coons. We've been residents in the village for over 30 years. I have a 41-year financial background and still very active in my career. And I do drive by the project every morning up Chavis, up Osuna on my way to work. And my husband and I have had numerous conversations. I think if more residents would have been involved, it would be different. But I truly think we all need to acknowledge the horse is out of the barn. From a financial standpoint, it's only going to create significant financial problems for the village. I've seen this repeated over and over throughout New Mexico on projects. And I don't want to repeat what's been said over and over, but I do want to leave everyone with a positive aspect. We have a 20-year-old son, a very late in life, and then we have 40, daughters in their 40s. And the daughters in their 40s are in Colorado and Minnesota and are seriously thinking of coming back to the village at some point in their life. But our 20-year-old came back this summer from being at ASU. Of course, he had to get out of New Mexico, get out of town, and see, the rest. And when he first saw the project, even though I agree, it makes us cringe at times, his first comment was, maybe I will come back here and live right there so I can be in the village when he finishes school. So with my financial background, having all ages and all demographics in a community is so critical for the health of the community. We need it for our schools, we need it for our junior highs, we need it for our high schools. And those were just my closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coons. Ms. Coons, before you step away, would you please state your address?
Sure. 4010 Avenida Las Campanas Northwest.
Thank you so much. Mr. Randy McKee?
Randy McKee, 749 Chavis Road, Northwest. Village resident for 23 years, everybody's stating it. Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, thank you for the time this evening. I was driving down Chavis Road through Osuna Sunday afternoon, past the building that is being built, and then quickly turned to the left and looked into the park, Edgewood Park, and I saw something that just thrilled me to death. There was a family in there on the equipment with a barbecue grill, and there must have been 10 or 15 kids and adults in that park. That is a winner. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to us. We need more of that. I encourage you all to be thinking about how we get that. Now, I will also spend a little bit of time talking to the palindrome issue. There's a lot of meetings here for a lot of time, and I sat in almost all of them. I started attending here as we were challenging the vineyard there at Casa Rondina and the new Amadeo, or whatever they were calling it. But back in about 2018, I started coming. When I was here in 2018, Palindrome was actually a 2-story building being proposed with senior housing. It is far, far, far from that today. And we saw it unfold right in front of our eyes without any knowledge of it. We had the mayor challenge Palindrome to come in here and give them presentations. You all were here. He was mad. The mayor was mad. He said, you get in here and give us a presentation. Get in here and give us a presentation. They didn't. We had a meeting. The whole village showed up at the Agri-Nature Center. There were a lot of people there, over 150. There was not a single proponent in that room. So don't tell us that we saw this coming through and that you all were happy with it. You weren't. You weren't here. We saw this unfold right in front of our eyes, and we couldn't even see it. This was wrong. This was done wrong, and it is still wrong. I want to ask you all, what happened to those 10 people that were vacated out of that trailer park, just kicked out? Their only home, they owned those trailers, and they were thrown out in the middle of December. I ask you, is that good business? No. There are people sitting in this room that were part of that. You should be ashamed of yourselves. And then take and give money from the COVID fund, $10,000 a piece to move them on. I'd like to know how many of those people are homeless. Maybe we can move them into the Anderson
speaker's time
house.
has expired.
Maybe Rio Grande can share some of this, and we move all those homeless people over into the Anderson house. Give them a little bit of this.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, with that, it concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Okay, so moving on. Let's see. We move on to approval of the minutes of May 29, 2024 regular meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Is there a second? George? Okay. Thank you. Second, okay.
I didn't second it.
Second.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, call for the roll. Call the question. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
I have a comment on the minutes that I'd like to make. I don't think I want to change it, but I want to comment on something. And let me, after all the discussion that we heard from folks, I think it's important to comment on this. Bear with me. So there was a motion Sorry, I'm getting to the right case. This was for RFP 2024-04 LIT, and it was to hire the Ward law firm to work on the litigation against Palindrome. I think that the vote was incorrect on the minutes. And the reason I say that is that on lines, page 13, page 12, some of page 12, there was a discussion among the trustees, and then Mr. Chappell stated that my vote didn't count because it was part of my recusal. Well, or my connection to Palindrome. I didn't recuse myself, and we never voted to disallow my vote. Mr. Chappell and Trustee Renaud decided for me that I was recusing myself. So in my opinion, that vote counts, and that was a 2-2 vote. Mr. Chappell is not a judge, he's an attorney for us. And so I wanted to state that publicly for the record because I think that that was not the proper thing to do. So I don't know where I'll go with that, but when I reread it, I read it a few times, and I think I'm correct. So the vote to pay the Ward law firm to work for us, in my opinion, is not correct. It was a 2-2, and that vote failed. So that's my comment on the case, and that's my comment on the minutes.
Mr. Chappell, do you have a comment?
Mayor Renaud and Trustee Radovich, I think the ruling was correct that the mayor can make that decision under the particular provision which you were disqualified. There is a provision in the statute that says that if they have that conflict, you shall be disqualified. It's not a voluntary kind of thing. There is a specific Ethics Commission opinion that says that disqualifies someone. They cannot vote and they cannot participate in an official action, which that was there. So unlike many conflicts which are voted and which a trustee has to make a decision, I think that one is a mandatory one. So I will stick by that, the ruling that was made.
Yeah,
and I understand your objection.
I disagree, and the Ethics Commission didn't say that, Attorney Chappell. They actually asked me to go to a higher authority to talk about this, because I actually contacted them about this when I read the minutes.
All right, I'm referring to an Ethics Commission ruling that was already in existence at that time. And it interprets that particular vision, and I've had some communications with Mr. Kippert about that, but the language is shall not participate and shall not vote. Use the word participate. And so that's in the ethics opinion. And so that's the basis on which it was done. I understand we disagree about that. I'll be happy to provide you a copy of my letter to Mr. Kippert after his memo.
And I'll be happy to provide you with the letter I sent, and we'll go from there.
That's fine. I know we've had that issue, and hopefully we're past that.
Okay.
I'm taking it further.
Exception noted, though, in the record.
Thank you.
So continuing on, let's start again. Trustee Benavides?
We're voting on the minutes, right?
On the roll call vote to accept the
Yes.
Trustee Keefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes. Okay. Moving on to department reports. Okay, the department reports are included in the packet and reflect all activities as listed. We're going to have an opportunity then to get a brief overview from Administrator Avila, and so you have the floor.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, just a quick review, and of course the whole report is there. The ICIP resolution and the special meeting we had last week, we had the finalist ranked, and then we entered that on Friday. And so that is in the ICIP system. We can make adjustments to it if we find, the dollars are different or things like that through the year. But that's in the system, and the scoring that is shown in this report is the average ranking, but it is the Board of Trustees that sets the ranking, and so the list is as the resolution indicated. Part of our effort this month and as we go into the fall is to educate the residents about the importance of having their contractors and vendors report the right GRT code. And so when you go out of the village and spend money somewhere else, that's called leakage for those things that aren't here. But also leakage happens, and this is not, it's not something you planned, is when your contractor or vendor charges a GRT from a different entity. And so other than, attorneys or architects that might be able to do work from afar, professionals, those contractors and vendors that show up here in the village and do work for you should be reporting the right code GRT. And so just doing that might start to move the needle a little bit, but it's good to be aware of that, and so we're trying to get that out. Later on the meeting, we have a discussion of GRT options available to the village for getting our revenues and expenses on the same level, excuse me. Also in the staff reporting, the planning and zoning has reviewed policies, code enforcement here in the last couple of months, so that we're following a structured method using forms that we all agree on, so that we have a ready review of cases and move those along for enforcement. So that's been happening recently, along with discussing with the P&Z about possibly getting work studies together, workshops, and we'll be talking to them to see how they want to do that. And August might provide an opportunity since we don't have any applications for August. So 8/13, look for a possibility of a work study then. In public safety, we had a good discussion with the APS superintendent, gave us some indication of what the plans are for Taft and Taylor. And we discussed issues with traffic, and we'll need to do further discussion with them around traffic and how that is impacting the village and how we can work to lower that impact. Also, testing those streets that are on our ICIP list and on our street or our road list, testing those streets not only for just how bad off they are as far as repair and so forth, but also checking for those safety issues such as speed and volume. That's continuing, and thanks to Fred for just ramping that up. And we'll be coming back with evaluation of that as we go. At the Agri-Nature Center, there's many projects going on. The YCC has some other benefits besides just having staff there. They have grants that are available, and one of the things they did is, of course, get there's some beehives, and that's been part of their program. Let's see, where I am on this. Finishing of the entry road, the ETA was the 18th. That's not going to happen, but the road is almost finished, and it'll be used for service at the Lavender Fest while there's another entryway for visitors to be there, and they'll continue work on that road to completion. What we're looking at is that water rights really need to be invested in, and we're looking at least 20 plus acre feet of water rights that we need to bring into the village so that we can address agriculture if we're going to keep agriculture, and that's the goal. So we need to investigate that and see how we can meet those needs. Other projects, Chavez is being considered for expansion to a mixed project between just trails and actually repairing the road. That was discussed recently, and trying to find out if we can get some funding for that. The open space at Paseo, the Donorty open space, also has the Miller feed. That's what was there before, and then those folks have moved out. So one of the things we'd like to do is get some attention around that location, and we're having a barn painting party on August 6th. It's also the night of National Night Out, so we'll get some information about that. And there's a National Night Out location at Edgewood Park as well. The idea with National Night Out is that you have more than one location so neighbors in the area can meet and talk about public safety issues. So that's scheduled for August 6th. And the barn painting is scheduled from 3 to 7, so we can have volunteers and staff participating in that. And that's, again, to bring attention to that location as our open space on the north side. Let's see, also we're going to investigate what we can do to lower green waste, because that does have an impact as far as greenhouse gases. And by opening up what's called our chipping yard, was a portion of land that is just south of Paseo del Norte on the east side. We figure we can get some green waste moved to a composting business that will take that out of the landfill. And hopefully if we can reduce that by just composting, or for the village's instruction, and letting those folks know how we did on that. Maybe they can, other folks can use composting and feeding animals as a way to reduce that green waste, and so it's not showing up in the landfill. Let's see, we're thinking Thursdays from 12 to 4 in August is when we'll start this, probably the second week of August. We'll get more information out, start slow, and ramp it up. And hopefully that convenient location for green waste does have an impact on lowering those masses of green waste that get to the landfill from Los Ranchos.
Ms. Noble, thank you very much. Were there specific questions from any of the board members about the presentation for West Avila?
Yes, I have one. One quick one. In terms of road counts, okay? So I see TDC 2. What does that stand for?
Get there. No, I'm not seeing, yeah, I'm not recognizing that. I
page
see it, I just
25.
don't recognize it. Fred?
Oh, let's see. I apologize. Maybe that's not your report? I don't know.
It is, it did not recognize the abbreviation.
Oh, okay.
Mayor and Trustee Benavides, that's the traffic data counter 2 that we purchased.
Okay.
It's just a little black box.
Okay.
Sits up there for a week on a utility pole and collects all the speed and traffic counts for us, and we're moving that around the village.
And I apologize because there's a nickname for that, and it's not TDC2.
Okay. Okay. So you said you're going to move it around. Okay, so that might answer my real question, which was, why don't we have counts on El Pueblo?
It is currently on El Pueblo,
All right.
800 block.
Thank you. That was it.
I had no questions. I just read about the green waste, and I was so happy to see that, because I think that helps us start living what we claim to be of a agricultural, semi-rural community. And so the least amount of waste that we send to our landfills is pretty cool. So I hope that the community really embraces that. And thank you for doing that, John.
Yes, sir.
I just had a couple, Mayor Pro Tem. This is not something you talked about, but it's something in the report, Mr. Avila. The ICIP community input sessions that you're proposing for later this year, for next year's ICIP, I'm assuming? Page 23, under ICIP community inputs sessions?
So just offhand, without even looking at that, we'd like to get the schedule going with not only what we're planning for next year after this, these projects go to the legislature, but also we need to have a legislative priority list that we say, okay, these are the projects we definitely want to get funding on, and that's going to be built somewhat on the feedback we get from the legislators.
Yeah, and I agree with that totally. My only comment is that the public meetings would be during the holiday season, probably not the November 19th, that may be before Thanksgiving, but we might want to have that second one that's slated for December 10th, maybe right after the holidays, like January, early January, something like that. We often try not to have public meetings in that holiday season between Thanksgiving and Christmas, so just a comment on that. Yeah. I like that we're having the community meeting on August 8th for the old Village Hall. I think that's awesome. Let's see. Oh, could we get a like a calendar with all of these dates on it? Could someone from staff like put them all on 1 month or 2 month calendar so we can kind of see where they all sit? Because you're suggesting a lot of them, which I think is awesome and really great that we're doing that. But I'd like to see them all, because the thing that worried me was it's a lot for the next 2 months, and it may be it's just a lot so it may be hard on some people out in the village. So just wanted to see it that way. I didn't put them on my own calendar yet.
Again, some of these are to be determined. They're
Sure.
recommendations that we get started, and that may change.
Yeah, it's just comment that there's a lot there. So, and I still applaud you for, and us for having those public meetings. Under planning and zoning, and this might be, Makita, this might be yours. It says continue review of zoning ordinance. Is that what you're doing, or was that part of John's?
Hello?
Yep.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich, what John had mentioned about working sessions with the Planning Commission is woven into that comment about review of the zoning ordinance in particular. The work sessions are designed to give staff an opportunity to present issues that staff has with the regulations and to visit with them on what their experiences have been community-wide. So those things are woven together in the hope that we start working with some precision and taking some time to correct some things that need to be corrected.
I see. Yeah. And that's true also. I noticed that under work status, it also said side yard setback reductions. Can you tell me a little bit about that? Because it seemed like our side yard setbacks are pretty good.
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich, we've had a number of cases over the years involving considerations for reductions of side yard setback, which is not so much an issue in and of itself, but from an administration standpoint, when they happen frequently enough, it's a reason for us to sit down to look at the regulations to make sure that they're relevant. And so that's what was intended.
I see. So any change like that, you'd come back to planning and zoning or us? Or?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich, yes, entirely. If the result of the study is to actually make proposals, that's going to take a lot of time in and of itself.
Okay.
But would be done very carefully.
Great, thank you very much on that. That explains a lot of what I had comments about, but let me just continue real quick.
Okay.
Oh, just bear with me. I'm sorry, I'm not quite there yet. So I assume that's true on the B&B ordinance too? All that list of 3 items?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich, yes. We're looking at the language of the regulation as it relates to inclusion of descriptions of bed and breakfasts and short-term rentals. And there is a need for clarification of that. I can't say right now what the form of that would take, but there is a need to study it.
Before you got here and over the last 2 years that I've been a trustee, I've brought that up repeatedly when Gil and I were in the last board. And I think that's really great because I think we need to take a close look at the B&B ordinance. There's a lot of people very upset about the way it is happening now, and I really applaud you for doing that too. Bear with me, I'm still looking. I've got a few here. Oh, this is public safety. Oh, I guess this is public safety, Fred. It says that we're working on an MOU for the Anderson property with Captain Kimbrough of the K-9 unit.
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich, the current MOU with the Sheriff's Office expires in September. So we're reworking that, but one of the things, they currently have an office here at Village Hall where their K-9 unit has people here, and then they store vehicles here in the garage. We are going to move the office space down to the Anderson property in the pool house so that we have a presence down there most of the time. And then that frees up space in Village Hall for employees.
Nice. That's great. And I noticed you had a comment about electric bikes on trails. Does that mean like on the laterals and the,
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radovich, I've had several calls from residents wanting to know what the regulations are on electric bikes, on trails and pathways and sidewalks. I don't see a lot of issue yet with that because the Conservancy District regulates those, but we're starting to see that around the country. They're not considered motor vehicles, but some of those can do 30 miles an hour. We're kind of looking at how we're going to deal with that in the bike and trails and walking trails aspect.
I think that's really great. I think that traffic engineers and transportation engineers are kind of behind the times at this point, and I think I mentioned that in a couple meetings ago. And we really need to regulate these other vehicles that are showing up on streets everywhere, and it's just growing all the time. So I think we need to take a hard look at that,
right.
Not to outlaw them, but to incorporate them into the legal framework.
Correct.
Yeah.
If I can just, make a comment about that, I happened to get a call about 3-4 days ago from the Conservancy District. They're looking at it as well. They're looking at trying to do some kind of regulation about it, and they haven't gotten back to me yet, but I plan on following up to see what's going on.
I think that's great.
Yeah, it is a major issue.
It is, and it's going to grow.
Yeah.
We need to get ahead of it, so that's great. The other, this is, I think, my last one on that, Fred. It seems like there's a lot of office calls, a lot of calls from the sheriff's office for alarms, 27 in the last month, and then welfare checks. I'm guessing that seems like a lot to me. Maybe it isn't.
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radovich, probably for about the last 8 years, we averaged somewhere in the mid-20s on alarm calls. So it hasn't gone up. Actually, I think it's gone down a little bit off and on. The welfare checks are where the deputies are checking property based on calls for service or we call them welfare checks. I'll call them close patrols, where we may have an issue at Walgreens, so they go and spend extra time in the parking lot and they call it out and document it on the radio, or it may be in tenant farms because they've had some issues there. So they track those welfare checks, and some of them are self-initiated and some of them are based on actual calls.
Is there are other villages doing anything other than just posting them? I mean, is there, and I'm not suggesting we follow the city of Albuquerque, but I know they have a new department that is for like checking on homeless and, other problems with maybe elders and others.
Currently, Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radovich, currently the community outreach group actually works quasi under the sheriff's office, so they still have to call the sheriff's office, and they will dispatch one of their deputies along with a healthcare worker or mental health worker, that type of stuff. But it's still going through the sheriff's office and not an independent agency like Albuquerque.
I'm glad we're doing that.
Right.
Yeah. The gentleman who told us about the number of vehicles on Vineyard, when I saw these numbers, it was pretty shocking to me, 11,000 on Vineyard, and we really do need to do something about it.
Mayor Pro Tem and Trustee Radovich, that's a significant number of vehicles. Speed does not appear to be an issue. However, when you're seeing that many vehicles go down that road every day, I think that's something we've got to look at, and I don't know what the answer is, but I think we need to work with Bernalillo County and see how we can figure out how to try and get some of that traffic off of there. I just don't know how we're going to do it.
It's like a third more than, or a quarter more than Ortega.
Yes.
So I think that's really important we look at those. Sorry I'm taking so long. Again, that's all I had for that. Thanks, Fred. Josh, I think there's some really great stuff going on over at the Agri-Nature Center. Just wanted to commend you on that. Oh, and then I had some questions for Maria. I don't know if you're going to give a download a report or anything like that for us, or?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich, no, the format's been changed, so any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay. So what are the small acquisitions for on Los Ranchos and Ranchitos? Is that for ponding?
It is for stormwater management, yes.
And then it says that BHI is preparing legal description of a proposal, a fee proposal for those 8 properties. Just mentioning for the future, I think it would be a lot less expensive for the village to have an on-call surveyor that could do those kinds of things. And I know it's part of the DOT process, but there are other ways to do that. So because BHI is one, they're one of the most expensive surveyors in town, those and another company that is working on 4th Street. So I just wanted to mention that.
George, Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich.
I think I know what you're going to say.
No. So that's not for those small acquisitions.
Oh.
The legal descriptions that are being prepared, there are 7 properties in Phase 2A that have plat descriptions dedicating additional right-of-way for road improvement projects. And this happened when that was still Bernalillo County and the initial visioning for 4th Street was occurring. So this is to have their subcontractor put the legal descriptions together that then go to our attorney for formalization and filing of those transfers of easement.
I see. Thank you for the explanation. That one I don't need to worry about. Oh, considering, I actually wrote down, so we had some comments last month about the work that was done on Guadalupe Trail, that new paving that's going on between Chamizal and Chavez, I think, or maybe it's not quite down as far as Chamizal. Tyler, and then I compared it to Google Earth, and it didn't look like it was expanded very much, if at all. So but it definitely looks different now, aesthetically speaking. And so I wondered before we go any further, we're looking at road expansion, we're looking at repaving another part of Guadalupe Trail between Mullen and El Paraiso. And I just thought we need to make sure that they document what they're doing and if they're expanding those roadways in any way, because they shouldn't be.
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich, that I believe that Administrator Avila and Keen Heinzelman in maintenance, that is beyond my purview, construction oversight of that, but I believe that they're putting into place some procedures to, other than just saying the road profile will not change, actually documenting existing conditions so that we can ensure the ability to justify or determine if any widening has taken place.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, I think that's great. Sorry, I have so many comments. Oh, I noticed under public work in process, this is on page 31, this might be you, John, I'm not sure, but it talks about, yeah, it is you, I'm sorry. Thank you, Maria. So the public work in process or progress, all about open space and green waste, that's kind of an FYI for us, right? More than anything. We're other than the green waste going into composting instead of the landfill.
Yes, this is what'll be happening in August. And it'll be first steps towards whatever might be happening at the open space. There's been conversations about what to name it, what else to happen out there. One of the things that's happened here recently is there's been a big trench that has been filled with mostly construction trash and so forth is now being filled because we have material down at the Ag Center. So that's a good use of the material, and it happens at that space. So we just determined that recently and took care of it. This is because we have the Miller building back and trying to make it as usable as possible without, spending a lot of money.
Yep. And I think that's all of my comments. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay, so let's, thank you. Let's get into the financial business. And so let me turn it over for discussion and approval of the June 2024 cash report. Mr. Fisher.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Before you is the cash report for June 30th, 2024. The ending balance as of June 30th, 2024 is $12,417,836.22, which is a decrease of $556,583.20 for the month. Year-to-date excess of revenues over expenditures is $196,775.63, with a few unusual or significant items for review. Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the June 2024 cash report?
I'll make a motion to approve the June 2024 cash report.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second that.
Any discussion from the governing body? Mr. Benavides.
Let's see. Is page 54 still part of the cash report? I do have a question there. Yeah, it's a check register. Just curious, what is InstaWorks PC and what are they doing?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So the Insight Works PC, they are one of the consulting firms. They are working on the ag roadway project, and they have they are, I believe, doing the contracting. Maria can probably provide a little more information to that if that's not correct, but it is for the ag roadway project.
Okay, thank you. That's good enough. That's all I have.
Trustee Kiefer?
No questions.
Trustee Radnovich?
Tammy, it looks like there's a lot more red on our cash report this month than there has been in the past in a number of areas. Financing sources and the American Rescue Act, the bottom lines are all showing negatives. Can you explain what's going on that's doing that? I noticed gross receipts is obviously down.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, Trustee Radnovich. So to start, for the financing sources, those are negative. Those are showing red because those are transfer out. What we did was at the budget, the start of the fiscal year, when we approved the fiscal 2024 budget, we approved, you as a board approved to make transfers out of the general fund into certain funds to hold money aside. And so we budgeted for $1.6 million of total transfers, but we only accomplished, or we only completed $764,000 of transfer out. So it doesn't affect our cash as a whole. What that is doing is just moving the money out of the general fund into another fund for specific use. So when you look at the other funds, you will see a transfer in of that dollar amount into the other funds. So it's net zero when it comes to the actual cash balances overall. However, it is a negative in the general fund because we are moving it out of there into a different fund. So that's to answer your first question on those negative numbers. On the following page, for the American Rescue Act, the reason there are negative numbers here is because the nature of this fund. This is a grant that we received from the federal government, and that money was received all before this fiscal year. In fact, it was received 2 fiscal years ago. So as we are spending it down, we are showing that we are only expending money, we aren't receiving any more money. And so it ends up looking like what it shows you in that second column is we received 0 in revenue, but we expended $184,000 in expenses. So it's a deficiency of revenues over expenditures for the year. However, when we are done with the Rescue Act, we will only expend this to 0. So we will not be able to draw any more than what was received. We will just use the amount to get this fund back to 0. And if you have any further questions, let me know. I hope that makes sense.
No, it does make sense, and thank you for explaining, because I was getting concerned for the village. Thank you. I don't think I have any other questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I have no further questions at all. So let's see. Okay, so let's call the question. Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Trustee Reinhardt, yes. Okay, thank you. Motion carries 4-0. Okay, so next is discussion and approval of resolution number 2024-07-02, resolution approving the 2024 final quarter fiscal report, year ending June 30, 2024. Tammy Silva.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Trustees. So before you is resolution 2024-07-02, and this is the fourth quarter report. This is due to the local government division, Department of Finance and Administration. This is required by state statute for us to complete this report and turn it in with our final budget for the following year. And so what you will see with the support behind the resolution is a spreadsheet breaking out every single one of our funds. You will note that in column 8, which is cash plus investments, that our totals correspond to the cash report for June 30th. And again, this is just a piece of documentation that we are required to provide to the state. So I stand for any questions after your vote.
Okay. Excuse me, is there a motion to approve resolution 2024?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2024-07-02.
Very good. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion now from the governing body? Mr. Benavides?
I have none.
Ms. Kiefer?
None.
Mr. Radnovich?
Nothing.
Okay. I don't have any as well. Okay. Floor is now closed. So let's call the question. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes. Okay. Number C, discussion and approval of resolution number 2024-07-03, resolution approving the budget adoption for fiscal year 2024/2025. CFO Silva.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Trustees, before you is resolution 2024-07-03 to approve our final budget for fiscal year 2024-2025. And this resolution here is due to the state this month for us to get our final budget in. Behind it, you will see the comparison that we've seen in our April budget workshop, and then as well in our interim budget in June. So this here, the only thing that changed from the June interim budget to this final budget are our cash numbers. As you know, I cannot have the cash numbers known until June 30th hits. So once June 30th hits and I am able to get all of our cash numbers, they are now in place. We have, I have updated that, and so that is the only thing that has changed in this report. So when I have updated the cash numbers, what it is affecting, where you will see the changes on page 69, which is the cash balance summary, the beginning cash balance and the excess deficiency columns have stayed the same. The only change is in that ending cash balance to account for the true balance on June 30th.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, so is there a motion to approve resolution 2024-07-03?
Not everyone at once. Yes, I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2024-06-03.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, very good. Discussion from the governing body, Mr. Benavides.
Yes, I do have some questions for Tammy Silva on page 68. Towards the top, we have IGA for fire protection and EMS services. Is something that people have been noticing. The cost has gone up. So can you explain the increase? I remember we had a presentation by the fire chief, and he gave many different reasons. And could you compare that to other municipalities such as Corrales?
So Mayor Pro Tem Trustee Benavides, yes. So the IGA is our intergovernmental agreement with Bernalillo County for our fire protection and EMS services. As you can see, our budget for this year for fiscal year 2025 is $800,000. This is based on a new IGA agreement that was put into place after a 15-year agreement. So the 15-year agreement that just ended started in 2009. So earlier there was a comment that this went up $600,000. It has not gone up $600,000. As you can see, this year for fiscal year 24, the total was $480,800. So the increase is $319,000. This has come after a 15-year agreement. Again, Chief Perez presented on this a couple meetings ago to kind of explain some of the reasons for that. This has been known that we would have an increase on this for a couple years because the 15 years was coming up. Chief Perez made us aware when this comes up, there will be a significant increase. We don't know what it is. Once we got towards the end, there has been negotiations with them. There has been meetings with him and his board trying to figure out what numbers they were going to present to us. And that was a very long process. When they came forward with this agreement, they tried to be as reasonable as possible. I wasn't in all the conversations. I believe Fred Radosevich was there, and so he may be able to speak to some of that additional work that was done in those meetings. However, after we came to this $800,000 and this IGA, this is with an increase clause for the next 2 years as well. Going up $100,000 every year till we hit $1 million, and then it will stay at that point. The reason why we feel like this is something we want to go forward with is after reviewing this, getting these numbers in, we have looked into if we just said, no, we don't want to do this IGA, we want to run our own fire station. On the low end, annually, it would cost us about $2.2 million to run our own fire station. So we're looking at those numbers in comparison. You did ask if I could compare it to somewhere like Corrales. I don't know. I believe Corrales has their own fire station, so I'm not sure what their annual fee is. I would have to do some research. I do know that Bernalillo County just did negotiations with San Diego Pueblo for their IGA as well. And they are similar in calls, I believe, and I'm not sure if it was population or size, but one of those two is similar to us, and their new IGA agreement is for 2.2 million a year. So that is, ours is significantly lower. We do have a really great relationship with them. So Chief Pett has really tried to work with us to keep that as reasonable as possible. But we are seeing a pretty big increase based on the fact that when we first negotiated this, it was 15 years ago, and costs have gone up exponentially since then. And also, there was a 3% escalation clause annually in that agreement after the first 5 years. So for 10 years, we should have been increasing 3% every single year. And that was not happening until 2019. So that's part of the reason why there is a little more of a sticker shock, is some of those 3% increments were not happening. And is there any other questions you have on that? Like I said, I don't have information on Corrales. I can look that up and get back to you on that.
Well, there's the perception out there that the increase is mostly due to the palindrome apartments. Do you care to comment if that's a valid perception?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, trustees, it's not my expertise on that exactly. I do know that the one thing that the chief mentioned in his presentation was that with some of these funds, we would be getting they would be able to get a new ladder truck for the department that responds to that development. I don't believe that that is the reason for this increase, because these increases, we had started talking about this a couple years ago, and we knew they were coming just based on operational costs. So I'm more than happy to reach out to the chief if we need to see if we can get some sort of breakdown if necessary to see, but I do not believe that it is specifically to that project, the increase.
Okay. Yeah, I think a report would be good.
Fred wanted to say something.
Oh, Fred? Oh, yes, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, about 5 years ago, we started meeting with Chief Pettis because we knew that IGA was going to come up. Back in when they signed it 15 years ago, the cost to the village with their own fire department was $1.1 million. Chief Pettis was the chief here. He, along with the crew, then went over to Bernalillo County, and so he has been working with us every year since then. And so when we started negotiating it, one of the things, as Tammy Silva brought up, that we found out that after year 5, we were supposed to be paying a 3% annual increase, which if we would have paid that for 10 years, our increase right now, last budget year, would have been about $670,000. And so when we started the negotiations with Chief Pettis, he started off at about $2.1 million, the same as they did with the Pueblo of Sandia. I just, we just told him we don't have that kind of money. And make a long story short, he finally said, look, can you guys go with 800,000 this year and then 100,000 until we reach a cap of $1 million? The cost of a new fire engine in recent years has gone from about $800,000 to over $2 million to replace an engine. So that's really, we're just catching up with time when it's all said and done.
Now that the fire station, the county fire station that's located within the village of Los Ranchos services more than just the village of Los Ranchos, correct?
Yes, it does. It's Station 30, and they, while it's primarily within the village, just like Albuquerque may come help Bernalillo County, Station 30 is so close to Albuquerque also in some areas that station is going to go and assist them.
Okay. Yeah, and okay, thanks. I probably said enough about that. I do have another question though.
May I
you want to add
comment on something?
Yeah.
Fred, I do some work with the county, and I understand there's going to be a fire station new fire station going up near Osuna and
Edith, I believe.
Yeah, they're obviously going to help Los Ranchos too. They're so close, right?
Yes, and Mayor Trustee Radnovich, what they're working on with the city of Albuquerque and Bernalillo County is what they call closest unit dispatching. So, and I'll use this as an example. If you see an Albuquerque fire truck driving down 4th Street going someplace and a call comes in on 4th Street, they're going to be the first to respond. So that the station, 2 miles away is still going to respond, but that closest unit is going to show up. So it's all on mutual aid. And I will tell you that the majority of the calls for service within the village, well, any fire and EMS, between 80 and 85% are EMS calls. They're not fire calls. But you want to make sure you have the apparatus so when the fire does show up, that you have that able to take care of that.
Well, it makes sense that we have a mutual understanding and we're kind of all part of the same club, so to speak, with the fire needs. So that's all. I just wanted to comment on that other station. It's so close.
No, I'm glad you did. Okay, page 69, which is a summary. It's called Interim Budget for 2024-2025 Fiscal Year Cash Balance Summary. I think if the public wants to look at just one sheet, that would be a good sheet to look at. I believe this assumes our current GRT rate. Would you say yes to that?
Mayor Pro Tem Trustee Benavides, that is correct. This assumes the rate that we have right now, as there has been no vote to increase that as of right now. So if we were to increase GRT, we could do a bar to increase that revenue, but right now that is correct. This assumes our current GRT rate.
Okay, and if we sum up all the different accounts, which includes the general fund, we are short by $1,060,000, I believe, right? Approximately. However, the main thing that we should probably focus on is a deficiency for the general fund, which is $261,000. Is that correct?
Mayor Pro Tem Trustee Benavides, that is correct. The general fund is where we want to keep our focus, as the other funds have funding sources from the state and grants that don't take that into consideration into that column. And I can explain further if necessary.
No, that was good. Thank you. That's all I have.
Trustee Kiefer?
Tammy, just quick question on the firefighter, just the fire station MOU, just because we were talking about that. Once we go up to $1 million, then what happens? Or how long are we committed to $1 million before another increase?
Mayor Pro Tem Trustee Kiefer, so the $1 million is the cap, and Fred, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that is another 15-year agreement.
So is that when the 15 years starts, or is that, sorry, Fred, does the 15 years start with the increments, like the 2 or 3 year increments, and then another 12 years, or is it 15 years once we hit the $1 million?
Mayor Pro Tem Trustee Kiefer, I believe it's the total amount, and once it hits the $1 million, then they will kick in 3% a year. So just like the old agreement where each year they would add 3% for cost of living. So after we reach the $1 million, then after that next year, it will go up 3% cost of living every year, but it won't be.
So it's not $1 million for 15 years, it's $1 million plus 3% each year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. I think there was. I think that's all I had for now.
Trustee Radnovich?
Nothing.
Trustee Rano, no further questions, Tammy. Okay, so the floor is now closed. We call the question. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rhino, yes. Tammy, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very complete. Thank you. Okay. We have had a request for a short break, so let's take about 10 minutes, come back, we'll start again.
Who's that? I saw that you called, but I had meetings all afternoon, so. Oh, sorry.
To yours, I've got a copy too. Yeah. Okay, we're reconvened at 7:55. The next item for discussion is a public hearing. Discussion and approval of LL 24-01, request by Honored Guest LLC, DBA Honored Guest PL Box 10371, Albuquerque, New Mexico, for an interlocal dispenser license for co-premises consumption. Business is located at 7809 4th Street Northwest, Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, in the C1 zone of the 4th Street character area and is legally known as El Llano Estates, Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, New Mexico. Property contains 0.8739 acres, more or less. So before we get started, I would like each member of the governing body, for full disclosure, to indicate whether there's any kind of conflicts of interest or any ex parte communication with the parties. Trustee Benavides?
I have none.
Okay. Trustee Kiefer?
None.
Trustee Radnovich?
I have none.
Trustee Ranow? None. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So, Mr. Williams, are you going to present?
Mayor Pro Tem, point of order. We need to swear in witnesses.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think of all the witnesses
Will
that,
all those participants who have signed up to speak on this item of business, please stand. Attorney Chappell will swear you in.
Mayor, I think if everyone that's going to speak on any public hearing, we can swear them in at the same time, and that would probably save some time if that's okay with you.
Got it, okay.
Okay?
If there are others in the audience that are going to speak on any of the other material in this section tonight, please stand. Okay.
All right, if you would raise your right hand, do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Williams?
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. Trustees, good evening. For the record, my name is Brennan Williams. I'm a private independent contractor providing services for the village for planning and zoning services, and we'll be presenting item 9A this evening. As Mayor Pro Tem explained, this is a request for an interlocal dispenser license that will allow for on-premise consumption. Subject property is located at 7809 4th Street Northwest and is zoned C1 Commercial Retail. Under the provisions of the Village Comprehensive Zoning Code, alcohol service is a permissive use in the C1 zone. It's an allowed use. There is service is allowed up until midnight. There is also a provision that allows through the conditional use process service between 12 and 2 a.m. The former, the permissive use, service up until midnight is what's being proposed at this time. As I mentioned, this is Zone C1. This request comes before the board tonight as part of the steps in the State of New Mexico Alcohol and Gaming Division process. They have indicated that they've issued conditional preliminary approval to the request, but allowing for the application to come before the governing body tonight. As is included in the application for the request, the property meets the 300-foot separation distance between a church and a school. On page 83 of your packet, you'll find staff's recommendation of approval with the findings that are listed there. And I'll confirm that the public notice and advertising requirements have been met. With that, I'll stand for questions.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
For him. Let's see. And you may say that the question would be best answered by somebody else, is fine. On page 76, I'm going to ask about the 300 feet. Just looking at, Google Maps, which is not the most precise thing in the world, and calculating the distance, it is very near 300 feet, and it might be less. And I'm wondering if the measurement was taken from the parking lot of Los Ranchos Elementary School that is to the north of Los Ranchos, which is APS still, right? I'm basically, if it meets the 300-foot rule, I'm fine with it. But I do notice on page 76, it says if the distance is beyond 300 feet but less than 400 feet, and the applicant does not admit that the location is within 300 feet and request a waiver from the LOD, a registered engineer or licensed surveyor must complete a survey certificate showing the exact distance. So it's certainly somewhere between, it's less than 400 feet. Is it 300 feet? I don't know. Who should respond to that?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, page 76 of the packet is the State of New Mexico Alcohol and Gaming application form. That's completed by the applicant before they ever get to the village, so I'm going to have them respond to that, but they are responsible for providing that information.
Okay, that's all I have.
Were there any other questions right now from the governing board?
I just have, Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, a question for you, because I want to make sure where your line of questioning was going. Are you concerned about that 566 feet on the application?
Yes, because
that it may be less.
It seems like it's somewhere between 280 and 320 feet, but this is Google Maps, so it's not that precise. But certainly, it doesn't feel like it's 566 feet, no.
Okay. You had my same concern, so
Yeah.
I didn't want to belabor it if that's where you were going.
And I think maybe, the confusion might be as to where the boundary of Los Ranchos Elementary School is. if you include the parking lot that is north of Los Ranchos Road, that's where it gets kind of tight.
Trustee Radonovich?
I just wanted to comment on one other thing. It seems like a special case to me, partially because of what Trustee Kiefer and Trustee Benavides is saying, and partially because there's another school which the parking lot at Fourth and Ranchitos is part of. They're two parcels, but they're owned by the same entity, and that's a school as well. So it's close to actually two schools, and I don't know if that was considered as part of the, and it's a charter school, so it's part of the APS system, and from that perspective anyway, and it's also very close to that site, less close than the parking lot, but still. It's kind of like a school district almost right there, that this facility would be right in the middle of this bar, I guess, or lounge.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. I certainly agree. I think that we need to hear, though, from the applicant.
That'd be great.
And so, Kyla Stoker?
Evening, Mr. Pro Tem and trustees.
Can you please give your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Kyla Stoker, New Mexico Liquor Licenses, LLC, 2539 Wyoming Boulevard Northeast in Albuquerque. So I'm going to start, if you want, I can start off with the questions and answers, or I can give you a small presentation to understand what the applicant is looking to do. Do you have a preference?
Why don't you just start by talking about the license here, and then we can ask questions.
Yeah, absolutely. So as far as the question with regards to the distance, we have done a measurement from the premises for the licensed premises, which is required by law, to the closest point of the school property. The Board of Regents versus UNM is a case law that allows for licensed premises to be within that, has to be over 400 feet. However, a parking lot is not considered for regular educational purposes based on case law, so there is no relevance to that parking lot. So based on the distance required by law, we did check with the state of New Mexico Alcoholic Beverage Control Director, as well as the state police is also tasked, in addition to our measurement, to verify that measurement. So the state police has also verified that it is over 400 feet and no survey is required.
So can you speak more generally then about this license?
Absolutely.
And what your plan is for that facility?
Certainly. So it is my client's plan. They are here tonight if we have questions additional for them, but they've tasked me with giving you a general overview. So Melanie and Eli Ludwig are residents of the village. They're raising their two sons here. They moved here in 2014. They own an environmental remediation firm and a therapy business. So they have purchased multiple different properties in the area. They are different parcels, and only this property is the subject of this license, and it is confounded by those boundaries shown on the floor plan as evidence to the state. They are going to do a small, gentle restoration of the property. They'll build out the interior to support a natural wine bar and lounge to, after consideration of the property's origin as a winemaking history. The existing open space in the remainder of the property, so the footprint of the actual building itself is not changing. And it is going to be mostly the enhancement of the new sustainable outdoor landscaping and outdoor seating. That space will be available for private events and co-working during the day, and then the evenings serve as a natural wine bar, local artisanal offerings, and small plates.
So this property is located at 7809. That is the two-story home with the front porch area?
Correct. That's I believe it's called the Jean Chavez house. Yes. Juan Chavez, excuse me. That was a misspeak.
Okay. So there are So was there any further comment about this license?
No, I'm available for questions if you have any.
Okay. So let's give an opportunity, though, for those who have signed up to speak. Let's see. Gordine?
I had a similar concern about being close to the schools and positioned there. And I have nothing against a wine
Gordine.
bar and lounge. I'm sorry, Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, Northwest. However, there's kind of a cluster that's happening in a certain area. Hops is at 7222 4th Street Northwest. We just approved a spirit place on Rail and 4th. And now this is 7809. It's kind of a lot of bars in one area. And that's kind of a concern that I have. I'm thinking of the downtown area and what happens with all the bars in that area. I don't think it would happen here, but it's really clustering a lot of bars. It'd be kind of nice if they were spaced a little further apart and if we had some other businesses in as well. And again, I'm not opposed to a wine bar, but it's awfully close to the other ones.
Okay, do the Ludwigs or Ms. Stoker have additional comments? No, none? Okay, all right. Were there any other comments now from the governing body, Trustee Benavides?
I think this could be a good addition to the village, okay? I don't have a problem with especially since it's a lounge, you know, it's not, I don't see it as a bar. And it's not up to us to, as a governing body, to say which businesses can go in to C1. It's just all about our regulations. Does it meet the 300-foot rule or not? And I want more clarity on that. I feel like there might have been an error in the measurement. If I look at page 85, which shows the outline of the different parcels. So the property that I'm talking about that belongs to APS is, I think it's labeled A. It's on the corner of 4th Street and Los Ranchos Rural, but it might also include 58A. I don't know for sure. But I need to be certain that it's outside of the 300 feet distance. And that's it. That's all that I'm concerned about. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Kiefer?
I like the idea. I second Trustee Benavides's comments. You know, I like the idea to lounge versus a bar per se. And I like the fact that the owners are locals. I think that makes a huge difference because that's an investment in our community rather than, you know, what we could have. But I think my concern is similar to Trustee Benavides in just the distances. But I think if that can be verified, I'm comfortable approving this project or license.
Trustee Radovich?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't have as much concern after hearing what our agent, our liquor license seller is saying about the distance. I'm assuming that all the rules were followed, and if we want to prove it to ourselves, we could definitely go out there and see the measurements. However, I do have some concern about the timeframes for when this facility would be open. I'd like to also know if they're serving food. I don't really know what the difference between a bar and a lounge and a grill is, so I'd like that explained a little bit. And I'm not trying to get into the business, your business plan, but I would like to know more about what this thing we're calling what is the name of it again? Homestead House. I can't remember the name. Honored Guests. That's right. Yes, but I think it's important for us to know exactly what this thing's going to be, because I don't have a good understanding. I mean, it could be lounges, could be anything. I think Ned's on Central, which many of you may remember, was called a lounge, and it was the wildest place in town. So.
Melanie Ludwig,
David,
709 4th Street. You remember seeing him there?
Well, I remember seeing him in Algodones. That was another bar.
Mayor Pro Tem, Board of Trustees, we've thought about this a lot, and because we live in the village, we also would like it to be a place that everyone is happy having in the village. We are not asking anything outside of what we know to be true. We are not asking to serve past midnight. And in fact, even the word lounge doesn't even sit well with me. I keep thinking about it as well, and all I keep wanting to call it is a house of celebration. I want it to be a place where people in the community can gather, and in fact, during the day, we hope that it can be a place that people would like to rent for private events, mostly during school hours, actually. We'd like to market to individuals in the film community, business consultants, people that can use it as a place for inspiration and meetings. And then as we move into the evening, have it to be a pretty low-key place where you can come, later in the afternoon into the evening to enjoy a glass of natural wine. And so that's kind of our basic idea. With our license, we do not have to serve food. It is a full liquor license, and Kyla can talk more about that. But we do imagine having small plates. I have to be honest, we haven't gotten very far in the business plan yet, so I can't give you specifics on that. But of course, we'll be happy to share as soon as we have more of a plan with everyone in the village. Yeah.
Will you serve, and if I can continue, I'm not trying to grill you or anything. Will you serve alcohol beyond wine?
We don't believe so, yeah. And in fact, I like to focus on just natural and organic wines. So no preservatives, low sugar.
And your agent said something about a sustainable garden?
Yeah, we're hoping to, in keeping with the character of the village and in fact the history of the house for many years was actually owned by the Gross family, which was one of the first families that brought winemaking to New Mexico. And so that's sort of what started our inspiration for the property and for this particular business. We do hope to have some nice space outdoors, and we're working on getting water to the property so that we can have nice outdoor space and hopefully grow some flowers and herbs and make it a nice place to hang around outside as well.
Nice. Do you imagine, like when you rent it out, do you imagine a size? There was a lot of, what makes me a little gun shy is the winery over on.
It's not a very big house.
It isn't, but it looks pretty big. But do you envision will there be a occupancy rate of
Yeah, and I think that that would be more, but when we go before, planning and zoning, but we do have an architect that's looking at all of
Okay.
that for us. Yeah, I don't have those numbers for you.
Got it. So this is very early on. And then a question maybe for your agent. The liquor licenses like that do not run with properties if you ever decided to, I don't know if you're buying the property or not, but if you ever decided to sell it or if someone else came in, is there anything, and maybe this is a question for you, Mr. Chappell, is there anything that would allow a different kind of liquor sales and license in the future?
Well, I mean, I'm going to defer to the legal staff on your council here.
There are, Mayor and Trustee Radnovich, when the property is sold, then the buyers would have to qualify for the license and do a transfer. And typically you see that go through the same process. It goes to the state, has to come for the local approval at the village level. However, the approvals many times in the liquor licenses are not as controlled as tightly as what your approval might be. You should say a wine bar, but it might be expanded, and within the terms of the liquor license law, it could be broader than that. So that's harder to control, but there would be a separate approval process if the property was sold and a new owner became the responsible party under the license.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I concur.
I'm sorry?
I concur.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think you've given me enough to, I don't have any other question. Oh, you're saying, you also said that you'd be open till midnight.
Well, I said we could be, right, that's our,
And it's permissive to be open till 2.
No.
And there was another bar.
Not in the village unless she gets a special use permit, which we have not applied for.
Got it,
So
okay.
it will be a 12 p.m. cutoff based on ordinance.
There was a very wild country bar in the shopping center just north of you back in the 70s and 80s. I don't remember the name of it, but it was a crazy place. So it brings back memories of that. And I just want to make sure that we're not going somewhere where we may not want to go. So, okay.
I also don't think that old house would stand up to that.
It looks like a little dollhouse.
Yeah, it is. It does look like a little dollhouse.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't think I have any more questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Did you have something, Frank?
No, I don't have any further comment. Did you? Did you have a comment?
Yes. In regards to the distance, I want to ask Attorney Bill Chappell. So there's a footnote on page 76 that I tried to read, but it's not clear what it's telling me. I'll just read it out loud for the public's sake. If the distance is beyond 300 feet but less than 400 feet, and the applicant does not admit that the location is within 300 feet and requests a waiver from the LOD, a registered engineer or licensed surveyor must complete a survey certificate showing the exact distance. What is that telling me? And are they required to do that, or to do a survey certificate?
Not knowing the distances, I can't tell you for sure, but the language means what it says. In other words, if they're within that zone of question, it's supposed to be verified by a licensed surveyor. One of the things that I believe is the interpretation, and I'm not the greatest expert in liquor license, is that the measurement is actually from the entrance from the liquor establishment to the property line of the school. So if you measure from property line to property line, it's different than if you go to the front door of the entrance. But if it's in that questionable zone, it's supposed to be indicated by a licensed surveyor because there's not an admission that it's within the 300 feet.
So Yeah, I didn't assume it was from property line to property line. I assumed it was from the property line of the Village of Los Ranchos to the structure, but you're saying it's actually to the entrance.
I believe that's the last one I
which-
saw interpreted, yes.
Which could mean you're fine. I'm assuming the front door is in the middle of the building somewhere. I haven't been inside there for a long time, but, I know there's a porch, and then if the door's centrally located in the center of that, then you're probably okay. Do you care to comment on that?
I mean, I can comment on that.
About the entrance?
Trustee Benavides, I want to respect the concern because obviously the law is put in that place for a reason. But we do take a lot of consideration into making sure, for the last 15 years I've done this and I have a great reputation. I make sure that I do those distances properly. But more so, the state police is tasked to make sure that we've done our job properly, to make sure that those distances are done. And when they issued preliminary approval without a requirement for a waiver, the state has also verified that that is not required by the local option district. So yes, it is over 400 feet and a survey should not be required.
Well, what concerns me is that you say it's 566 feet. I don't think that's correct. I think it could be over 300 feet to the door, probably is, but it's not 566.
So can I just ask what the question is? If it's not less than 300, we don't need a waiver. If you're saying it's between 400 and 300, are you wanting them to obtain a survey to?
That would be helpful, yeah, but you don't have such a thing, right?
Right.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the liability of the village, if something was to happen and we granted the license and it turns out it was less than 300 feet, that's a problem for us, And so given the information that Attorney Chappell gave us, I think you're going to be okay, but I just want to see proof of that. And I want to make sure you measured it from the parking lot that goes to Los Ranchos Elementary, that is to the north of Los Ranchos Road.
And Trustee Benavides, I don't want to be repetitive, but the Regions versus UNM does establish case law that you cannot utilize that parking lot as part of an educational purpose. I did verify that again with the state of New Mexico Alcoholic Beverage Control, and so that parking lot is not subject to the distance measurement. It is not used for regular educational purposes. Children do not park there.
Attorney Bill Chappell, do you agree with that? The parking lot should not be included?
The parking lot for the liquor establishment is typically not included.
I'm not talking about that parking lot.
No.
I'm talking about parking lot for the school, yeah.
My understanding is, I'm not the greatest expert, but the last one I did was they said you went from the entrance to the liquor service facility to the property line of the school or the church. So
Well,
the parking lot, if the parking lot, I don't know where the parking lot you're referring to is, but if the Los Ranchos Elementary School has a boundary line, that's the place where you start the measurement.
Well, so that seems contrary to what you just told me. Because if you go to page 85, which shows the different parcels, and if you look at the northwest corner of 4th Street and Los Ranchos, there's a lot called A, and there's another lot, I think, called 58A. And so the parking lot is there. I don't know if it includes 58A, but it does include A.
So there's a separated parking lot from the school.
Yes.
But it's APS property and it's part of the school. But what our consultant is saying is that doesn't count because there's no building on it. It's across the street from the school.
And I can't give you that answer. I don't have the answer because I haven't dealt with that in the last 2 or 3 years, and I just don't know. Yeah. The ones we have dealt with was actually the church or the school was on the same site, and it went from the property line to the entrance of the service establishment. If they have a detached parking lot, I don't know the answer to that.
Can I butt in a little bit?
Help me.
So can we make a finding, or not a finding, but a condition of approval if it goes there, that we want that confirmed by our legal authority, what you're saying as as the parking lot is separate, so that if it isn't for some whatever reason, that the village has a reason to deny going any further with it.
Or accept, yeah.
Mayor and Trustee Radnovich, I think you can give a conditional approval subject to proof of satisfaction of the distance requirements and make that a part of the condition. In that, then we would need probably some survey or other information to show the distance and to what parcel, and we can check to see whether it's to a detached parking lot or the lot where the building is located. I just don't know that answer.
I like your suggestion, George.
I do have another question that came to mind as we were discussing this. Will you be having liquor sales there? Like, will you be selling? No, okay. Thank you.
They won't be able to do that under this type of liquor license.
Oh, I see.
They cannot do off-premises sales, only on
So no
premise.
package sales?
None.
Okay, great.
So in terms of point of order here, Mr. Chappell, can we then modify the question that's before us to approve? Or do we have to then go and approve and then include the condition that we've been talking about?
Mayor, I would vote in the approval subject to and put what we want it to subject to. And then and establish a timeline in which that should occur, 30 days or something like that. Okay. The other option would be to defer until that question is answered. That would also be acceptable.
I think the conditional part of this, I think, is a really good idea. I would not want to dissuade them from looking at this as a business for the village. So I would certainly suggest, and if there's any further comment about that, we can discuss it. But I would certainly suggest that we add the condition to it. Okay. Further discussion for anybody?
One other thing, I hope your business does really well if it gets through, and good luck to you. I like the idea. Yeah.
I do have a question before you vote. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'd like to understand, if you do vote yes with conditions, exactly who the burden is being laid on. Do you want us to be proving? Because I believe that we have met that burden through the methods that I've told you, but I'm happy to continue with that conversation. I just want to understand, is it the state alcoholic beverage control that's going to give you the information about the separate parking lot? Or, I'd just like to understand exactly what's the requirement.
Yeah, I think we just have had that confirmed, and and so I think we can give, and I'm not speaking for the board, but I'd be able to, I would suggest that we do conditional approval, subject to the verification of the distance between the building and the school. Okay, and that be done within 30 days?
Mayor Pro Tem, I think Mr. Chappell might have something to say. Did you look like, no?
Mayor Pro Tem, I think that because this is our question, in their mind, they've met the qualifications. And I think we need to know, just with Attorney Chappell's expertise and time to review, because the question is really boiling down to whether or not a separate parking lot matters, rather than the actual school building. So Attorney Chappell, unless you disagree with me, I know I'm putting some work on you, but I think it's our burden to prove.
Yeah, Mayor and Trustee Kiefer, My belief is that the applicant needs to prove their case. And at this point, the record doesn't appear clear as to whether or not they meet that requirement. That's the problem. So I would think it would be for the applicant, because the village shouldn't be going out and hiring a surveyor to do the measurements, all of that kind of thing. So you're just looking at meeting the requirements, and the applicant should do that rather than, now, once they present it and they say the parking lot doesn't count and presents whatever their rationale for that is, I'll be happy to take a look and see if I agree or not. But I have no way of doing the measurements, or the village shouldn't hire a surveyor, that kind of thing.
That makes sense.
But you could look at the legal distance rules, requirements, statutes.
Yeah, we can check that particular part, because that's a legal matter.
Yes.
But the physical distances we can't deal with.
Right, so it seems like there's disagreement as to whether the parking lot is the one that's to the north of Ranchito, Los Ranchos, if that should be included or not. You say it should not, and I think Attorney Chappell, it's uncertain whether or not it should. And so I want to hear. I want to hear you say, I looked at what the regulations are, and I agree it should not be included, or if it is included, they still meet the 300 feet, right? And I suspect they'll still meet it, but I want to see a survey that shows me that they do meet that 300 feet.
Yeah. So the actual distance, I don't see here in the package, and you want to see that actual distance measurement, I think.
So our point tonight is to approve the liquor license. And what we have been talking about here on the board is to approve that, given the condition.
Yep, we can do that.
That there's verification of the distance between the property and Los Ranchos Elementary.
All right, so do you want me to try it?
Within, and that would be reconfirmed back to the board within 30 days?
Sure. Oh, I think I was.
Yeah. Mayor and Trustee Benavides, Mr. Williams has pointed out that on this premises location, which is the second page of the letter from the state, I believe. Yeah, second page of the application. It does say the distance is 566 feet. And it does say that it must be from the property line of the school. If it's 566 feet, that's far enough away that I don't know that it's a big issue.
No, I think it's a mistake. My point is, I think that's a mistake.
Okay,
It's certainly not 566 feet.
So that's the reason I say we
yeah.
need the actual distance.
Yeah.
And then we will need that actual distance to where it is located on the school site or a parking lot, so we can make that determination.
Correct.
Correct, okay. So is there a motion?
Let me try this. It's going to be a little complicated. Let me get back to the. Almost there. Okay. I am going to make a motion to approve LL 24-01 with the following conditions. That the village is provided with evidence that they meet the 300-foot requirement and to the satisfaction of our attorney, Bill Chappell.
With what period of time?
By our next BOT meeting, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah. If they need more time, that's up to them.
Ms. Stoker, would that be enough time for you?
I missed, I was speaking with Ms.
Okay, yeah. So we're talking about the condition that it would be done within the 30-day period for the next BOT meeting?
Yes, if you could please, I think that we can get that done in 30 days, but if you could please repeat the condition and with what evidence you would like us to provide you that shows the Board of Regents versus the UNM case.
Provide evidence that it meets the 300 feet minimum requirement to the satisfaction of our village attorney, Bill Chappell. Okay?
I think what she's trying to get to is whether there's a standard or not that we would, that we'd be able to accept.
Oh, well, certainly a survey by a licensed surveyor. Yeah.
Understood. And based on the representations that I've made to you, it will be to the school property because it's used for educational purposes, not the parking lot. That's what the part that I'm trying to verify so that I can make sure it's your satisfaction.
Okay, so when I say to the satisfaction of Attorney Bill Chappell, I'll allow him to make the decision whether it's to the parking lot north of Los Ranchos Road, that boundary, or it's to the parking lot or the school boundary that is to the south that encompasses Los Ranchos Elementary.
So then the answer to my question is then how long will it take for Mr. Chappell to verify that so that I know what to order on a survey?
I see.
Yeah. Mayor and Trustee Benavides, you know, if we have the measurements as to what point, we can just, I can certainly look very quickly within a day or so of you know, what the property line you're supposed to be measuring to. And if I don't know the answer, I'll consult with somebody who does. And, but it seems to me like a surveyor could, it doesn't take a survey. He just has to measure a line distance between the entrance and the two different property lines in case we say that the parking lot doesn't count.
I think we could meet that burden. However, we're asking the applicant to expend about $2,500 to get a survey for one measurement. That's what it cost me to get a liquor license measurement, believe it or not. And it will take some time for us to get that. So I think that if you could opine prior to us ordering a survey on your legal opinion, whether or not that case is valid, because the state of New Mexico and the state police have already verified my measurements. So there's a heavy burden that you're putting on me to not know what measurement you're asking for.
I'll be happy to give an opinion. Look up and find the answer to that before you get started. And if you'll contact my office, I can give you the opinion.
So could we get 30 days from the date of the opinion so that we have enough time to order a survey?
You can have as much time as you need.
Yeah, you can have much time, yeah. If you need additional time.
We thought we were being helpful by saying 30 days.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I think that we can, I haven't had this condition put on ever before, so I'm just trying to make sure that I'm thinking through all of the items that are going to take us to meet that burden. So.
Okay, very good, very good. So any further discussion from members of the governing board? Okay.
Get seconded?
Mayor Pro Tem, we need a second.
So the motion is.
Oh my gosh, do you want to repeat?
Yeah, okay.
To approve LL 24. Well, Danielle, did you copy what I said? Maybe.
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, I recorded a motion based on a conditional approval the village has provided the applicant. Sorry, let me restate that. The applicant provides evidence that they meet the 300-foot requirement to the satisfaction of the village attorney.
Yeah, I think that covers it.
We changed the date initially, we said 30 days, but now we're allowing more time. Is that what you wanted to add?
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't part of my motion, but certainly, how much time would you like?
I do have one more thing to add. I assume that you may be requesting more time from the state, but there is 30 days after today's date for you to render a decision. So if that helps make your timeline.
Let's see, I don't have a timeline.
Yeah, the statute has a timeline. So I just want to make sure that, you know, this is to the village's benefit, but if you don't make a decision within 30 days, we can ask for them to make a decision for you. So I want to make sure we meet within that timeline. So we can have it done as quickly as possible, and I'm happy to, I just need that decision of whether or not what measurement we're asking for.
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, trustees, it does indicate from New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Department in their application that within 30 days after the public hearing, and this is what Kyla's referencing, the governing body shall notify ABC of their decision to approve or disapprove the issuance or transfer of the license by signing the enclosed pages. So we do need to have expedite this a little bit in order for them to meet that.
Mayor Pro Tem Danielle, if I can just clarify, would that mean if we make them go through all this, then we'd have to bring back for a special session to validate? I mean, to me, that's.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem and Trustee Kiefer, I think that's a technical thing that you can delegate to staff to make that decision. And if I may, I would ask the presenter, if you have some documentation that doesn't appear in the package that shows, in fact, state police and somebody has gone through this process and there's some documentation of that, that would be very helpful. See, because we have your statements about it, and we have the 566 feet, which didn't appear correct, but we don't have the, documentation to tie those together. So.
Certainly. And those are gone through at the preliminary hearing at the state level. So the hearing officer for the state does go through all those measurements, including the state police's walking and measurement tools. So that is verified in your packet through the state's preliminary approval, not requiring a waiver of the distance. They have verified this distance already in their packet, but I don't provide the packet. I'm happy to gather more information as part of this approval process, but the state does provide you with everything that is required for the LOD to receive.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, I can always reach out. I am the point of contact for this with State of New Mexico. I can reach out to the hearing officer who's representing the applicant to see if they can provide those documents, and we can easily get those.
I want to see the measurement of 566 feet from what point to what point. I don't need to see it, but I need so you're correct. The approval can be delegated to the staff, and if you verify the conditions that we have on the motion, then I'm totally okay with it. I don't think it has to come before the board again. Yeah.
I certainly agree. I mean, we can just make it a part of the administrative decision for staff.
Yep.
And what I actually confirm. Okay. So at this point, though, so let me then call the question.
Did we get a second? Yeah, we need a second.
Sorry, yeah. Was there a second to Mr. Benavides' motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Let me call the question. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yeah.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So the next item is a discussion and approval to advertise ordinance number 299, an ordinance amending ordinance 284, rescinding the pilot project program, allowing for up to three conservation development projects in the village of Los Ranchos, establishing provisions for conservation developments, removing pilot project approval process from planning and zoning matrix, adding approval for the conservation development and correcting an omission, amending and removing definitions, amending a section of the conservation development standards. And Mr. Hill?
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, as read, it is a discussion and request for approval to advertise this ordinance. The notification standards for publication is established in subsection 243 of the Village Code, and I will read a portion of it into the record, which reads as follows. Notice by publication of the title and subject matter of any ordinance proposed for adoption by the governing body of any municipality must take place at least 2 weeks prior to consideration of final action upon the ordinance in open session of the governing body. Mayor Pro Tem and trustees, given that it is July 16th, the publication will ensure that the minimum period will be met. And certainly, as the next meeting of the trustees is August 20th, we have plenty of time to meet the standard. So much so that we will have at least 2 public hearings for citizens to comment on the proposed amendments. And of note, during those public meetings, staff will present the recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission. They have had their own review of this work, have done a lot of work on this, and we want to make sure that these recommendations are aired in a public hearing so that we can get comment on that as well. But given the notification standard and plenty of time to meet it and planned hearings, staff recommends your approval to publish title and general summary of this ordinance.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion to approve the advertisement of ordinance number 299?
I'll make a motion to approve the advertisement of ordinance number 299.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. So is there further discussion now from the governing body? Mr. Benavides?
Just one comment that could be clarified on page 94. And it's probably in here and I just didn't find it. Oops, let's see. Page 94, where am I? Oh, I went too far. I'll just read it, my issue. Must all parcels be zoned similarly? I mean, can you combine A1 with R2 or that kind of stuff?
Say that, if you would say that again.
So on page 94, which is part of a presentation, right? There's a current ordinance and then there's proposed ordinance. Parcels of any size can be eligible for the conservation development subdivision if it meets the minimum lot size for that zone. So with the previous one, 284, I think you could combine differently zoned parcels. Like you combine R2 with A1 if they happen to be next to each other. I don't know if that can still be done with 299. Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. At some point, we probably need some clarification, but I'm okay with advertising it.
Trustee Kiefer?
I'm okay with advertising. I look forward to the public input meetings as well, to hear any, to help any rooms for improvement that may be identified. So I'm okay with advertising.
Trustee Radnovich?
I have no questions, no comments.
I'm certainly okay with it as well. Okay. So let me, though, call some people who have been waiting diligently in order to talk about this. So Jeff Phillips, and please state your name and address, please.
Hi, Jeff Phillips, 605 Schulte Road Northwest. I'll be very brief. Again, to applaud the Citizens Advisory Committee and the Planning and Zoning Commission for the work that they've done to get this to this point. I support advertising. Thank you.
Okay. Gwen Baldwin?
Mayor Pro Tem and Trustees, Gwen Baldwin, 435 El Paradiso Road Northwest. As a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission, I really thank you for listening to the concerns raised during the public comment portion of the June Board of Trustees meeting and returning the issue to advertise Ordinance 299 to your agenda quickly. This is a critical step to initiate robust consideration of the CAC's work over many months, as well as the careful consideration by the Planning and Zoning Commission which led to a unanimous recommendation to the Board of Trustees with 5 important conditions. And I look forward to the village conducting public meetings to explain how the ordinance addresses the issues, the serious issues with the pilot program currently in a moratorium, and to help the public understand the conditions added by the Planning and Zoning Commission to ensure successful implementation, greater clarity, and fewer unintended consequences. The feedback from villagers and the specific recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission will hopefully provide valuable input to you when the issue comes before you for final discussion and deliberation. But today's decision on advertising is the first step of many, and I appreciate you taking it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Nancy Angeloni?
Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. I have to apologize this evening. I was wrong the last time I spoke about this ordinance when I said it would double the density in R2 and maybe R3 zones. I was incorrect about that. And I just want to apologize to everybody who worked hard on this, especially I know to Hank and Robert, who I think were particularly hurt by my comments. I do have technical concerns about some of the numbers, some of the equations, and I have concerns about the R2 and R3 zones, but I do not oppose the advertisement at this time. I look forward to the public meetings when we can discuss these things, get answers to our questions, and hopefully resolve any issues that are outstanding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Gordine McKenzie? Pass. Okay. All right. Okay. So is there any further comment from the governing body? Okay. So let me call the question to advertise ordinance 299. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Randall, yes. Okay, motion passes 4-0. Okay, moving on to old business. Discussion and approval. This is number 10 on the agenda. Discussion and approval of the Aldea de Sueños covenants and maintenance agreement by applicant Chavez Guadalupe LLC as required by the Board of Trustees at its end in its approval of final site plan SDP 23-05 at the regular Board of Trustees meeting on March 19th, 2024 for the Chavez Guadalupe pilot project. And Attorney Chappell, Mr. is going to start. Oh, okay. Mr. Williams.
Mayor Pro Tem and trustees, thank you. Item 10A, as Mayor Pro Tem just described, is specific to conditions of approval that were established back from the March BOT meeting concerning SDP 2305. This was a final site development plan as authorized under section 9.227 of the Village Comprehensive Zoning Code. Specifically, there were 9 conditions that were established with the board's approval. 2 of those conditions, number 6, was specific to a maintenance agreement, and number 7 required that the covenants must be approved by the Board of Trustees. Those items are back before you tonight, and unless there are questions, I'll turn it over to Attorney Chappell, who's been working on the details, the specifics of these matters.
Mayor Renaud and trustees, the applicant in this case, the Chavez Guadalupe project, did not have complete covenants drafted at the time of the last hearing and had a fairly incomplete maintenance agreement. They did submit a complete draft of their proposed covenants and also a completed form of a open space maintenance agreement. Obviously, the specific maintenance obligations as to the open space are covered in that open space maintenance agreements, but we wanted to tie those into the covenants so that they would be conditions that ran with the land and therefore were binding on any homeowners that kind of thing. So when I reviewed the covenants, Mr. Williams also provided some comments about those, but I went through and my concerns were several, and you see a letter here that outlines some of those concerns, but reduce those to the bare minimums. We have a case called the Village of Los Ranchos versus Shively, which says that if the covenants don't specifically say that they were required for approval and are enforceable by the village, that they are just private covenants that are not enforceable by the village. So that type of language was inserted in the covenant so that it's clearly enforceable. They do say the covenants are enforceable by the village, but made it clear that the village is not required to enforce those covenants. The village doesn't need to get involved in architectural approvals, setbacks, and all of that kind of thing. The other thing I was concerned about is that the covenants were not drafted in such a way that there was an impression that they superseded the zoning requirements for the village. That was corrected and made clear that things had to be done in accordance with the village. There was also a concern because of the Shively case that the ownership of this could change and the homeowners, whatever, could then change the covenants that they no longer complied with the approved site plan, which the board approved. We have corrected that. The applicant was very, actually I work with Chad Wortham and the attorney was very cooperative in that, so that it's clear now that the covenants can't be changed that wouldn't have the effect of changing the site plan without the approval of the village. There were some concerns about what could be done with the conservation open space. The ordinance 284 is fairly open, just talks about general uses. 299 actually that you're looking at has some more specific requirements. The covenants that came back specifically said that the only improvements that could be made were those that were supporting the open space function, and any other buildings improvements had to be approved by the village, so that was acceptable. The other issue in general terms was how does the village enforce its the covenants or the maintenance obligations. So we did set up, and this was done after we got this, set up a procedure that says if the village believes that the maintenance is not being done correctly, that they give notice to the homeowners association, and if that is not done within a specified time, then the village can step in and actually do the maintenance. Once the maintenance is done, the village can demand payment from the homeowners association, and if it's not done within this time frame, the village can file a lien under section 336.1, which is a prior lien against the entire subdivision. We did agree, in order to give them time to have a special assessment or something to pay this, that the village would not take action to foreclose that lien for at least 120 days. There was a provision in the covenants that said you couldn't do a special assessment without a 75% vote of the homeowners. Well, that might cut off the ability to do the assessment. For this particular purpose, that was changed, and so it can be done by the board, basically. So my view was that looking at the key elements that we suggested and discussed, the developer came back and satisfied the concerns that I have, and we advised them accordingly. So that's what's before you tonight.
Okay, very good, very good. Is there some comment from Trace Sally?
Scott Schreiber, 9400 Del Arroyo, Northeast, Albuquerque. The only comment was, it was we're happy to work with Attorney Chappell to make the changes that accomplish what the board was asking. And going back and forth a couple of times, I believe we've been able to do that. So we think we have the documents the way everyone was looking to have them. So we believe they're ready to go.
Mayor Renaud, I forgot one very important issue, and I had it in my notes, but I didn't look at my notes. One of the requirements that we're concerned about is access to or from Guadalupe Trail. Okay, the developer did get a letter from the fire department that said emergency access only would be acceptable, as was the condition we talked about at the last meeting, and the covenants were modified to assure no access to or from the subdivision from Guadalupe Trail except for emergencies, and it would be gated to control that. So that was a very important change, and I forgot to mention that.
Very good. Okay. So, Mr. Schreiber, do you have any further comment at this point?
No.
Okay. I'm fine. So we may have some questions though. So,
Sure.
So that's first. So is there a motion to approve the covenants and maintenance agreement? That's presented by Mr. Chappell and staff?
I'll make a motion to approve the covenants of Aldea de Sueños and maintenance agreement by applicant Chavez Guadalupe as required by BOT in its approval for a final site plan SDP 2305.
Very good. Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, very good. Discussion from the governing body. Trustee Benavides?
I have none.
Trustee Kiefer?
I have a couple, of course. So I've got a question because one of the things that I saw was on, it was talking about the water rights.
Yeah.
And it said that lot owners must be prohibited from conveying or transferring any water rights. All parties must be prohibited from reallocating water rights currently available. I guess help me understand how that will work, because right now, right, I see the property as open space, and they open up the floodgates and everything just floods all the way down to Guadalupe. So is it in the infrastructure that we'll see at the plat phase of how the water will be diverted specifically to the open space area and not to where the houses are going to be? Because I'm sure, people don't want floods when you open up the irrigation.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Kiefer. I believe, yes, it is on the site plan as far as where the irrigation ditches will be that will water the open space fields. Okay. So it is on there. Even currently, it doesn't water the whole property. There is a house and 4 casitas, and they don't get watered.
Sure.
So, but it does show how we're going to irrigate the open space.
Well, and I guess I'm kind of curious too, because if I learned a little bit of anything, and that's very dangerous, is water rights are based on acreage, I think, or square yards, or I don't know, there's some math or some size to it. So I guess as we're diminishing to from 9 acres of irrigated property to 2 acres of irrigated property, the association, from what I understand, is still gonna own the water rights, but can those water rights be conveyed to the village? Because I know we have problems with water rights in general. So I'm just asking questions.
May I respond, Mayor Wotin and Trustee Kiefer? This was language I suggested, and not trying to determine how they watered the open space. I just know from the discussion, it was important that if there was water there that could be used for the open space to keep it green or whatever happens to be, there may not be enough water rights, that the village didn't want them to sell those water rights, which it could, and change point of diversion, and then use city water or well or something, use part of them for the residential area, and say, we can't maintain this, we don't have any water. Now, they may not have any water anyway because of the drought, but don't have any water rights. So my concern was if the water was allocated to that conservation open space, it could not be allocated away from that open space and used for other purposes. So we're just trying to protect the status quo on the conservation open space. So if there's currently water, to open that to water that area, irrigate that water would remain to the extent it's available through the MRCD. So it's not being conveyed, it just says you can't take it away from that property. And that's all we're trying to accomplish, because beyond that, I don't think we can control it, so to speak.
Okay.
Can I add to that?
Yeah,
So-
please.
So I think I understand Trustee Kiefer's point. The original site was 9 acres, and now the open space is 2.8, or I can't remember the exact number. So I think her point is we're vacating approximately 6 acres of space that had surface water rights to the ditch. And are we just throwing that away? I mean, certainly the Agri-Nature Center could use some of that.
I don't believe that it would work that way. I think.
You don't think so?
The water that, and I'm not an expert, so the water that we use is for the crops we grow, basically, or the fields we irrigate. If we reduce those fields, then what we can take would be reduced to what we're irrigating. So we'll still have the water to irrigate the open space, but we don't have extra water.
Well,
surface,
you might look into it.
Water.
There might be value in that 6 acres because, the Agri-Nature Center, there might be value there, okay? The Agri-Nature Center, when they first purchased the 23 acres from the Andersons, it did not come with surface water rights, right? And we'd leased them for a while, and we have wells, but so it can be stripped and sold and diverted, I think. So I think there might be value. You might be leaving something on the table.
Yeah.
And you might talk to the village about that, and it might be something agreeable that you could do.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trustee Benavides, in many subdivisions, the residential properties retain the ability to use that water for their own irrigation and gardening purposes and so forth. So it doesn't strip it out of the MRGC allocation specifically unless it's moved around. So maybe they want to sell them, maybe they don't. All I was trying to do is protect the conservation open space to say that you don't move those so that you don't have that water. But I didn't get into how they were going to use the water where the 9 acres is, because they will have landscaping, they will have gardens, and they're all entitled to use that MRGCD water unless the developer does something different with it.
Yeah, that's right. It's on you, whatever you want to do.
Mr. Avila, you had a comment?
It's on. Mayor Pro Tem, trustees. Maybe I'm a little jaded, but when I saw this, I said, okay, well, we can have an open space full of cactus. So no, you shouldn't move that water right from that property. So one, make sure that it stays there. The other thing is it can be converted into groundwater where you're pulling it out of a well. It doesn't necessarily have to be MRGCD. So you can have all the water there on that property, make sure it's green and open space. You won't be losing anything. I really don't see that happening. It'd be nice if we can use it at the agri-center, those, you know, that paper. But I don't know that we were allowed to do that in this, this conservation easement. And also just taking the, you know, just give us the property. So that's not, you know, that's not part of the deal.
Okay, fine.
Trustee Kiefer, did you have some further questions?
I do. So I guess kind of to a question that I still haven't heard answered. You know, it's been asked multiple times, is when are we gonna learn what the open space is? Kind of to Administrator Avila's point, it could be an open space of cactus. Right now it's alfalfa fields. I don't know that neighbors are gonna want alfalfa to grow 4 or 5 feet tall before, you know, it comes and gets barreled or yeah, baled. I don't want to assume what it's gonna be, but when are we going to have the definition of what is that?
We don't know exactly what it'll be. Right now, it's going to stay alfalfa fields, and it'll be worked and maintained. If we're going to change it from there, it has to go with the natural property under the covenants and maintenance agreement. It's got to be certain types of, it doesn't call out specific plants, but the general open space feel of it. Let's see what the covenants say.
I think they say agriculture.
Yeah.
Well, it says agriculture, wildlife
landscaping.
protection,
Right.
landscaping. So to me, agriculture, you know, could be the alfalfa fields. But then in probably the off-season, it would be wildlife. But I guess it leaves so many options. I want to know, at least with some percentage of certainty, is what is it gonna be before, I mean, because, I'm just throwing it out there, what if it's, well, we're just gonna make it grass? Well, that's open space. It's for the community use, but it doesn't fall within what I would consider, but what I consider may be different than what Trustee Raynell considers and what Trustee Radnovich would consider open space and what Trustee Benavides. So I guess I'm just wondering, is at the plat stage, are we gonna say it's remaining an alfalfa field? It's remaining short grass to encourage sand cranes, and we're gonna, is it going?
Well, I think it may change over time too. It could be an alfalfa field, but they may not be the best thing. That, you know, there may be other plants that work better for the size and the field. So I don't think you say exactly what it's going to be. You can say it initially, we believe it's going to be this, but I don't think it should be set, it has to be that.
So I guess, Attorney Chappell, to that, would any, I guess, what would be brought forth in covenant as a change if they went from alfalfa field to cactus garden?
Mayor Renaud and Trustee Kiefer, the uses for agricultural, recreation, and so forth were the only limitations contained in Ordinance 284. And that's what the approval was under 284. In these documents, we have gone a bit further, okay, because of that was so broad. For instance, in the maintenance agreement, it says preserve the conservation open space as open space for conservation of wildlife habitat, agriculture, or other natural landscape in accordance with the declaration. So we took out the recreation, the ball fields, and all of that kind of thing. So from my perspective, that was about as far as we could go. And we also have a provision that we put in. The association shall not build or permit the building of or improvements on the open space tracts except for landscaping needing to maintain the conservation open space in good, consistent with its intended use, and those improvements specifically approved by the Village of Los Ranchos. So, in my view, from background of 284 with no real restrictions, that was about as far as I thought that limitation could be made, and through their counsel, they agreed with those kind of words. But I don't think that there's anything in ordinance 284 that would have said, because if you were there when it was originally approved, you may have had some other things, but it was approved under 284 that says you've got to keep bluegrass, or you've got to keep alfalfa, or you've got to keep, some grain field for the cranes and the geese. It's just much broader than that, and this is where I thought the limitation could be negotiated in good faith, because the original approval didn't have much of that in there.
Thank you. And one other question.
Could I comment too?
Sure, please.
Thank you, Trustee Kiefer. It could be that, what I was partially envisioning myself, which I think would fit in, is part of it could be alfalfa field that or some other grass that sandhill cranes like. I've seen them in as small a parcel as 3/4 of an acre. It could be an orchard for part of it. It could be a vegetable garden for the residents' uses, I'm guessing.
We have a separate garden, but the field, there could be additional.
Any of those things would fit into village character, and so that seems like does that make sense what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I guess I was just kind of looking at, what's that going to be, right? Because I think
You want to see a plan.
People aesthetically are used to what they currently see. And it's going to be sticker shock. I think there was a lot of public outcry when this all went through. And so I guess I'm just trying to understand for myself of what is that, because of the generality of 284, what is the intent? And to me, to best get the way of the intent, talk to the developer. But it doesn't sound like that there's plans being made for that. And I guess
There certainly are. We're certainly looking into how to do it. Do we keep the alfalfa, or is there a better plant that's going to be easier to maintain and work better for the property and still attract the birds? There was a certain plant recommended by Del Apache officers down there that could be a better plant. So we're looking into that, but we don't have the specific answer, what it'll start out to be. But it's a growing, living field, so over time, it can change. And that's probably the best thing for it. Change to accomplish the goals that are stated here. And so, by the time, we start, we'll have what we're going to do in the beginning, which I believe right now is probably keep the alfalfa, but we've got to look into exactly what might be better.
And is it the intent while the community is being built, or the houses themselves being built, that open space maintains kind of what it is in the interim?
Sure.
Because you're going to have construction trucks, you're going to have
Right.
a lot of pickup trucks, you're going to have
Right.
a lot of dirt
Oh, yeah.
movers, all that.
No.
So,
No, it will be protected. We don't want to touch it or wreck it, because then we've got to bring it back, and that's not so easy and cheap. So no, it will be protected. It won't be touched during construction at all.
thank you for that. One other question, only because it was a a term that sounds like it's important. It was on page 196. It's the dedication. The restrictions of the open space declared by this agreement are not intended or to not will they create any prescriptive rights in the public. What does that mean?
Mayor Renaud and Trustee Kiefer, this is private open space and it's not open to the public. And it doesn't matter if the public gets in there, there's no presumption that they have a permanent right or an easement to continue to using the open space. And so it is, I think that's in there because the ordinance uses an unusual term. They call it dedicated open space. And typically that means you're dedicating it to the government or municipal entity or something. But the definition of dedicated open space in the ordinance doesn't mean that. So I think this is just clarification to say that this is private open space. It's not being dedicated to the village. Otherwise, the village would have an obligation to maintain it and a lot of those kind of things. And then just one word of kind of caution as you go down this road. The developer may have plans for that, but under state law, the developer is going to be out of that control of that in 2 to 3 years, depending how quickly they sell out of the houses and that kind of thing. So this is a document that you have to look at in terms of requiring a homeowners association not under the control of the developer to carry out. So that's what these things are for.
Thank you for that. So with that in mind, can the requirements for the open space be more restrictive? Or you're comfortable with as restrictive as you possibly can, knowing that the developer will be out and this will be turned over to a homeowners association, probably in a short period of time, because I'm sure the demand is high.
I do, Trustee Kiefer, I don't believe that, technically you could require it to be more restrictive than what it is based upon the approval that was given to this developer prior to the time that you were on the board and when it went to court and the court held in favor of the developer. In other words, your hands were pretty tied at that point as to what you can do. We've come back and we have made some more restrictions than were in that. And I thought that was good progress.
Just because I would be amiss to ask, but would you be more restrictive on the open space part?
I don't think so. We have the wildlife habitat and architectural and the natural type lands, agricultural, I'm sorry, and natural landscaping. So that is what the field's going to be, and it is much more restrictive than the approval. So I think, we have made it restrictive. Where do we stop doing that, in a sense? I think this is a good point for everybody. I think it will accomplish what our vision is. And what I think the village vision, we want it to be open space. We want it to be beautiful open space that blends with the rest of the village. That's what the whole project's about. And that's what we want it to be. And I think this accomplishes that.
Thank you.
Sure. Trish Redovich?
I just had a couple of questions. I think you did a really good job, both the village side and you guys in doing the covenants, because they're really well written and they're very complete. I just had a couple of questions. on page 130, I was a little confused, is it 130? Yeah. I was a little confused by the building height statement, your response anyway. Oh, respond. Anyway, the building height would be restricted to 17 feet unless the FAR allowed higher? Is that correct?
Well, we have to apply with the village ordinance. And with the village ordinance, that's what it comes down
Right.
to. And you're restricted to 17 feet for, shall we say, one allocation of FAR. If I have 10 square foot of FAR,
Right.
I can go up to 17 feet on a 10 by 10 or 10 square foot space. If I go past 17 feet, I've got to double that FAR. And so that's how the village restricts and allocates the FAR.
So Scott, if someone decided they wanted to meet that FAR so they could get it higher, they could?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
They can't do a two-story, but they can go higher. And that's like, we had northern New Mexico styles and different styles that are going to, need that height. And there may be an entry tower or something is what it would be used for. But there's not a lot of extra FAR, so there'll be some of that.
Yeah,
but
it's
not
pretty
a
tight.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to be clear on that.
Sure.
And I already talked about that. I think that's the only question I had. I think thank you for writing it well, or you're hiring the people you hired to write it well, and thank you, Mr. Chappell, for watching over the village. So,
thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, I just have one need for clarification, and they are related to the existing dwelling units that are on the property. That it indicates here that those units would be controlled by the lot owner, okay? But further on in the covenant on page 144, it talks about pre-existing dwelling units in lots 3, 4, 5, and 6. I need just to get kind of clarification on, again, the degree to which those units are going to stay on the property, or the units are going to be taken down. I mean, it appears like it's going to be up to the lot owner in order to make that decision.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Temp, yes, that's true. But it's controlled by the village ordinances that the casitas are approved under currently. Will control what that person can do with that.
So in that case, then, we may be losing some of those units.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Seems like, I mean, if not everybody, but most people would, I mean, those are Hap Crawford houses, I think, and I believe,
Yes.
and they're Adobe.
Kaplan.
I know.
I'm sorry?
Kaplan.
Oh, they're Kaplan houses.
Yeah,
That's
Kaplan houses, yeah.
yeah. So they're like close to historic for that reason.
I know, and that's why I was asking the question.
Seems crazy that someone would actually consider not incorporating them, but
right,
there are some crazy people out there, so I understand why that's a problem. Yeah.
Okay. So
I don't know that there's anything we can. Well, go on. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Well, and I guess the question then is with those casitas, then what would be their permitted use? It would be any permitted use for any kind of out structure or additional structure on the property?
I believe they're approved under, excuse me one second. Under non-conforming buildings right now. So that's the ordinance that controls those. So that would control what you could do with them. And that combined with the new house, because, all the FAR has to equal the proper amount. So, but the village ordinances would control that.
Okay.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Sure, yeah.
If a lot has a casita on it, do those casitas count towards the FAR of that particular property?
Yes,
It will.
yes.
So if someone buys one with a casita on it, there's no benefit for them keeping it because their primary house may have to be smaller.
Well, but there's benefit in that, they may want to incorporate that into their house. It's,
Oh, so you
it's
can
an
add to it
adobe
or like
structure.
expand.
Yeah, that's probably what they do is blend it into the overall design is probably what most would do. And you're saving money and
Yeah, I would certainly hope that we were able to maintain the historic integrity of those places.
Right. I think most people, who live in the valley and like the type of environment would probably tend to go that way.
Okay, very good. Were there any further questions at all from anybody? Okay. So, so the floor is now closed for comments. Let's see, let me call the
Mayor,
question.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, I believe somebody signed
Oh,
up.
I'm sorry.
To speak.
I'm sorry. Gordine McKenzie.
They left.
Yeah. Oh, she's gone, okay. All right. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Okay, so let me call the question here to approve the, let me go back here for a second. Okay. So to approve the Alta Sueño Covenants and Maintenance Agreement by applicant Chavez Guadalupe LLC. Is there a motion to approve the Covenants and Maintenance Agreement?
Mayor Pro Tem, we do have a motion and a second.
Oh, we do, you already, okay, got it. Let's call the question. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Reno, yes. Okay, thank you. And thank you both for working together on this. Okay. So, new business. Discussion approval of a voting delegate and an alternate for the 2024 New Mexico Municipal League Annual Conference to be held August 13th through 16, 2024. Mr. Administrator Avila?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, this is for designating a delegate at the Municipal League on the 13th through 16th. It's usually an elected official, so if somebody wants to do that, that's the time to say that they volunteer to do that in Clovis, or you could send me to be the voting delegate to Clovis and vote in the Municipal League.
So.
So we're here to discuss.
Anybody want to visit Clovis?
So I don't want to be the delegate.
I'd be happy not to be, but I'd also, Clovis is a cool place, so I'd go, but I'm happy to have John be our representative as well. And I do have another question, actually, Mayor Pro Tem. Danielle, haven't you been a delegate at points in the past too?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radovich, I was a delegate approved in the absence of Mayor Lopez and attended the annual meeting and voted on behalf of the village.
Got it. So.
However, I won't be attending the annual conference this year, so we need to make sure that who's ever the voting delegate is also going to the conference.
Okay.
I'm happy to say I support sending John.
It's in your court, Mr. Avila. What do you think?
Mayor, Pro Tem trustees, send me to Clovis, I'll go to Clovis. And I'll participate in the municipal league. I haven't been in a while, so it'd be good to get back in touch with folks.
There's some cool stuff going on in Clovis, actually, on their Main Street programs, so I think it'd be really great for you to see some of that
So
stuff.
do we also have to then approve an alternate?
Yes.
I guess we'll also say as
If
alternate.
Danielle's willing to be the alternate, I'm good
She
with that.
can't.
Mayor Pro Tem trustees, I won't be attending the annual conference, so I can't serve as the alternate in the absence of Mr. Avila if he wouldn't be able to attend.
Okay.
But if he's willing to, that's all we need, and he's gonna go, so we have all our faith in him.
Perfect. Mr. Avila, thank you for your service. Okay.
You've got to listen to Buddy Holly on the way down.
Okay, very good. Okay. Well, so I guess we have to then vote on this as well. Okay, so is there a motion then to approve Mr. Avila as the voting delegate and, for the conference? Is there a motion?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve John Avila to be our, am I pronouncing your name correctly, John?
Just like the place in Spain, Avila.
Avila. Yes. I make a motion to approve Mr. Avila to go to Clovis to be our representative.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Floor is closed for comments. Let me call the question. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rhino? Yes. Okay. Motion carries. Okay, so for discussion only, potential increases to the current gross receipts tax. Mr. Avila.
Sure.
Delegate Avila.
Mayor Pro Tem trustees, we have what was presented before as far as our budgeted revenues and expenses, and that's on the far left here. And it's showing that we're in the red as far as expenses versus revenues. We do have money in the bank that we're using to make sure we have a balanced budget. And then what you're also seeing here is different percentages of increase to make sure that you have a certain budget at the end of the year to cover those additional expenses. Now, one of the things that we heard about earlier was our agreement with the fire department, which puts $100,000 increase in expenses each year. So if you made a decision now to not make an increase, this 358 will grow 100,000, so you'll be 500 plus thousand in the whole versus the 358 expenses versus revenues. So the decision you'd want to take a look at is what will this increase do as far as making sure the balanced budget is in place, not only for this next fiscal year, but for years following with predicted expenses. One of the things also to think about is that, where these ranges are compared to other municipalities, and that's part of the information that was given here. One of the other things also is that up to a certain limit, you can decide that as a board of trustees. Otherwise, if you try to take the complete allowable, it will have to go out to a vote, and that's required immediately upon making the decision that you'd go over the prescribed limit. This is timed so that this announcement is for discussion. The ordinance would be published in the next for the next meeting, and then the hearing would be the meeting after that in order to make the January 1st inclusion into the state's GRT collection. We'd have to wait another 6 months after that if the decision wasn't made now to move ahead with this at whatever level that might be decided. So those are the parameters. There is some information there to make a prediction. Not all the information. We don't have everything at our fingertips. We don't know what the risk values are. We do have a litigation going on, so that could, that could change. But from the baseline, that at least the Albuquerque amount would be just enough to cover expenses versus revenues with just the initial prediction of the next couple of years. So you're going to be you basically be flat with that amount, not counting into any other projects or otherwise that we might want to take on.
So as discussion only, comments from the governing body, Trustee Benavides?
Yeah, it sounds like it's more than just discussion. You want a recommendation today, right?
Okay, there it is. Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, we don't need an exact recommendation, but from the discussion, it kind of gives us a direction as to whether to come back next calendar with an ordinance or not. You still haven't even seen the ordinance, but it's not. It basically is going to say there's an increase for this amount, likely to predict this amount of revenue, and that's what we would bring back as far as an ordinance. It's pretty much set for how you would turn it into the tax and rev.
Well, I mean, I certainly want to hear from the other trustees, but I would not want to go above the Albuquerque rate.
Trustee Kiefer?
So I disagree with my colleague, Trustee Benavides. I think, kind of to the point that Administrator Avila made, is if we just go with Albuquerque, we're just barely covering our debt. And I think based on the ICIP survey, people are interested in open space. And so we're probably going to want money in some type of reserve to purchase that open space. I also think it goes with our identity. We keep saying that we're people come here to spend money. We're destination because we frankly quite are, because we don't have grocery stores, so this isn't going to hurt the families, because people are going to go to Smith's or Albertsons, all in Albuquerque. We don't really have a lot of gas stations. We have maybe one, so people tend to fill up. So the day-to-day costs of a family isn't really going to be impacted by an increase in gross receipts. What's going to be impacted by gross receipts is going to be what I would consider more of the luxury items, more of the going out in the evening, having enjoying a nice dinner at Los Poblanos, enjoying some great tacos at Don Chocha, having some drinks at Hops. I mean, those are the things that we're going to be able to generate our revenue from. And if that's who our identity is, and as we keep getting applications for people to put these types of service type businesses in our village, that's where we need to capitalize on the gross receipts tax. And so that's kind of my opinion. I think going the same as Albuquerque, I mean, we've already taken a hit. We had to lower our price. We were at 7.56, which was still lower than Albuquerque. I don't know how long ago, in 2023. So, I mean, we're already coming from behind the 8 ball. And so I think in order to I don't think any of us ever want to have to consider property tax. So this is our only revenue stream. And so we need to be very cognizant of that, conscientious of that, work with our business community on that. And I don't think people are going to not come to the village because we've got slightly, a little bit higher taxes than our surrounding areas.
Trustee Ranovich?
I've got a couple thoughts. Do you just happen to know, Mr. Avila, where Santa Fe, Taos, even Corrales kind of compares? Are they in?
Mayor Pro Tem, we did get some of those numbers. I think some of those are brought in here. I think Corrales was one that we looked at, and they were, yeah, here we go, lower than Corrales at 756. I can tell you that
Yes,
Taos was almost 10, Taos Ski Valley. So, you know, that's a destination. The tourists paid for the GRT.
Yep.
There was 100 residents, so they weren't really, I mean, they were paying, but they weren't the ones really bringing in the GRT. It was those folks coming here. And as we've seen by our traffic, folks are coming here. We just need to get some places to catch some of their change.
Mm-hmm. I sit somewhere in the middle. I kind of sit on the fence with this because on one hand, I agree with what you said, Trustee Kiefer, that we went down and now we're trying to make that up and costs are rising. But I also see the side of the people, and there are a few grocery options or other options that people go to beyond Smith's and so forth. And there may very well be in that palindrome project. I don't know, because if it happens that it goes forward and that there's a grocery store there, and I believe Mr. Reniker is still looking for one, it could have some consequences there. And with inflation still rather high, you know, I'd have to think about that a little bit and probably do a little bit of research too. The other thing that comes to mind about this is, could food choices beyond restaurants and bars and breweries, grocery type choices like convenience stores, Moses, if there happens to be one in the palindrome project or whatever, wherever that goes, could food that is purely that be excluded from the gross receipts tax increase, and we increase the tax for restaurants, bars, grills, etc., but not necessarily grocery?
Sorry, I was just gonna say, you're probably gonna point out where I made a mistake, because if I'm now thinking, isn't groceries exempt from sales tax?
Groceries and medical.
Oh, that's right. They are already on the state.
So again, we're talking
Perfect.
more
Yeah,
of those.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, sorry about that.
Well, that's
My
okay.
confusion too.
And there, you know, there is some, I mean, Frederico's is a pretty cheap, is that right? Frederico's?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, is a pretty cheap place for somebody to eat if they want to go out and they, you know, they don't have a lot of money, and there's others in the village. So, you know, there's a little bit of that my heart goes out to some of those folks too. So, I probably fall somewhere in the middle. I mean, probably matching Albuquerque may not be a big deal. Matching Taos, wow, 10%, that may be. So just a few, those are my thoughts.
Well, you know, and I had another kind of comment, and I don't know if we have any way to gauge this, but in terms of GRT right now, with the construction going on, we're gonna have to have enough to replace it. We're gonna have to have enough we're gonna have to have enough gross receipts coming in that's going to replace what we're going to lose once the construction is complete. You know, and so I'm more, I guess I'm more focused on maybe the higher side of it, just to make sure that we've got enough to take us through the transition that's going to take place as new businesses may be developed around, you know, Fourth and Osuna. But I think we're going to need some kind of a cushion in there. So I'm thinking, you know, maybe we just move, you know, we would go on the higher side at, you know, at even, you know, 7.68, or what would you suggest, even something further beyond that?
I was leaning to the 0.5 to 3/4%.
Okay. Okay.
It's, you know, just to bring up another point, you know, right now with inflation the way it still is, I mean, it's definitely getting better.
Right.
But it still might, it might be wise to, I mean, it wouldn't hurt, and I'm still, I know we're just discussing,
Sure.
to wait another year, see how that goes, see if inflation starts to come down a little bit more. I mean, so.
I don't understand the inflation connection, because if inflation goes up, then the GRT rate on that
it's just
cost goes up, but what we collect goes up as well. It sort of reminds me of the argument when tips went from 10% to 15%, now they're 20%. And I remember, well, it's inflation, right? But
it really is.
The math didn't work out, because if inflation goes up, then the cost of goods go up, and your rate against those costs of goods goes up accordingly.
Right, but what I mean by that, though, is that some people are hurting from the inflation rate going up.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And so it just adds to that.
And okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your argument. And this is why I wanted to not exceed Albuquerque, because even if you're just one iota over Albuquerque, people can say, oh, the tax rate is higher in Los Ranchos. And that just takes that argument away, right? Because they're not going to do the math.
It may be worth posing it to the voters. I mean, that's what you're suggesting, right? I think we have someone waving to us from the audience. I don't know if we want to listen to him or not.
Maybe he has to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Bring it to the voters isn't a.
Entertain it. Why don't you go up to the microphone? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, come up to the microphone. State your name, address, 2 minutes? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. My name is Tom Donlin. I live at 6668 Edgewood. And I'm going to say something that you aren't saying at all. And that is, we're living in a town that other people are paying for. By using gross receipts, we're counting on people coming into town and paying for our services, for us having fire department, for us having police here. And we're one of 4 municipalities in New Mexico that doesn't have a property tax for operations. You know, it really struck me this evening when it was said, oh, well, we're paying less than Sandia. And Sandia is a population of 300 people. And they're paying more. I mean, admittedly, they have a large hotel and things that are servicing that. But that we can't pay as much as a town of 300 people for services, for fire services. You know, if you live in Albuquerque, you don't get any, you pay for all of your fire services and pay for the county. It seems like at some point we need to put on big boy and big girl pants and say, we need to pay for part of what it costs to maintain our village. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, I don't see the argument that if we went up to the rate for Albuquerque, that we would not have enough. That's, you know, it seems like we have enough at that rate.
Some further discussion from anybody? Trustee Kiefer?
I said my piece. I still, again, people come here, people want to be here. We've got high-end establishments that people go to. And if that's who we're going to be, we just need to own it and capture the revenue accordingly until we do something like Tom Donilon said, and start paying for our own infrastructure. We have to do it on the backs of those that come to the village.
Yeah, I knew the statistic that Tom mentioned. We are one of only 4 municipalities in the state that doesn't have a property
tax. Yeah.
But, so back to the point, you'd like to potentially put this up to a vote of the people of Los Ranchos?
Well, we won't have time for that, to get this back to the DFA, or Tax and Rev, sorry, by the end of the year. So if you wanted to do that, it's going to take a longer time. There is a point, above this green line here where if you try to, get the total amount that we could, then it is part of an election. So you might as well, if you wanted to do that, plan on an election, plan for a higher amount, and get it out there. But if you want us to bring back an ordinance next month that says, pick one of these allowable rates that the board can vote on, then we would do that. We're just basically, is it now? And then we'll bring back what we think the board still wants to do now. It's publish and post, and there's another month if there's a necessary change. If you want it higher or lower, I usually don't say, hey, tax me more, but you never know. That 30 days could change the number. And we'd have to republish and post when we change the number, So we don't have that option. I was thinking resolution, can't do it with the ordinance. So if we can bring a number and it's good enough, we'll get it in, and we'll have a different rate as of January. If that's what, it sounds like, don't wait another 6 months, bring it back, and then we'll just have to figure out what that amount is.
Trustee Reinao, just to make sure, Administrator Avila, that I am understanding correctly, within our authority, we can go up 0.75% without public vote. Anything above that requires public vote.
Yes, I think it's actually maybe even higher than that, but I know at least that amount.
Okay. I don't think I'd go any higher than 0.75 anyway, at this point. Thank you.
What was our rate when we went down? I don't remember the exact number.
Trustee Radovich, this is CFO Tammy. It's on the sheet that you have. Our rate before we went down is in the blue column, 7.4375.
Got it. Thank you, Tammy.
Well, and I can tell you in other places that have been around the state, that is very low.
Yeah.
That's very, very low.
And if you look at us going down too, if we went all the way up to 7.93, it's only 0.5%.
I could support it.
Okay.
So with that, I'd like to Oh, there's no motion.
Yeah, just bring it back next week,
Yeah.
next month.
It's only discussion at this point, okay. Okay.
I think next month, and I think we're pretty much agreeable to the higher end, the 0.75.
Thank you.
Okay. It's 10 o'clock. How do you folks feel about whether you want to continue or we are ready to kind of pack it? What do you think?
I can go either way. Danielle, what do you think?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, we have another discussion for filling the vacancy and then trustee
Right.
informal, and we could probably wrap that up within maybe 30 minutes.
Could we defer the mayoral discussion until next month and then just move on to the agenda item after
To
that?
the informal, move on to the informal discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, I don't believe we can because we didn't amend the agenda.
But it's informal, right?
No,
So-
the informal or the discussion, I'm sorry.
Well, the discussion for 11C could be, gee, I don't know if we want to have a mayoral or a one of us be
whatever,
mayoral or
yeah.
referendum. There's the discussion, right? And then we could keep it on the agenda for, is there any, and I know that there's still people out in the audience that might have something to say about this, so we could have that, and then just a really short discussion about this and bring it back to her.
Okay, sure, we can do that.
Okay. Does that work, Danielle?
Whatever the board chooses to do. Sure.
Okay. Okay, so the discussion only for filling the vacancy of the mayor for the unexpired term of office. So what kinds of thoughts have you all had in terms of how we're going to do this? Now, well, let me first turn to Mr. Chappell and kind of defining for us what the options might be.
Mayor and trustees, I'm not sure I have all of the options. I've tried to think through this, and here are some things that I have come up with that I mentioned before. I started from the proposition that either, for whatever reason, that a viable candidate is not on the board, that the board would elect and put into that position. There may be, to be honest with you, there may be somebody that would be acceptable, but then the vacancy and filling the vacancy and what happened till the vacancy was filled would be could be an insurmountable problem. So step 2 in that is there. So if you take that assumption, then the next question is, how could we come up with a candidate which we think is acceptable? And there are ways to do that. Simple one is everybody puts a nomination in the hat and you discuss them and have a vote and see if that works. A more formal one would be say, okay, let's set up a system where, as the board, we make a decision that we will appoint the person that is selected in a public referendum. This is not under the Voting Act. You can't use a special election to do it. But you can still have public referendums. You do it for the sale of property, you do it for franchises, you do it for things like that, which would really just be a local election. So if the board agrees, it says, okay, whoever selected in that, we will appoint. Okay, the board still appoints them, we can't elect them. And so if you do go down that road, then you can take this next step is how do you determine who is put into that public referendum? Again, you could have any number of options to do that. In other words, maybe each trustee gets to appoint one person to run in the referendum. Then you have a majority plurality problem if you have 4 people. Or perhaps the Board of Trustees could have an agreement that they vote, that they have 2 people that they would select that would be acceptable candidates for that office, and let them be in the referendum, and you agree to appoint whoever is favored in the referendum. And there's all kinds of variations of that, and I'm not sure I've thought through them all to do what you're wanting to do. But what I was doing was trying to get down to a manageable number of people who would be acceptable in terms of the Board of Trustees if the public referendum selected that person. So that's one way to go. The other one is, like you say, you could just have, a whole round of votes, so to speak, where everybody got to elect, appoint somebody or suggest a candidate, and you have a discussion and you see if you approve them or not. If you don't approve that one, then you could go to another one and go through the same process and just keep it at the board level. Those are the only 2, real options that I see. Either keep it to a round and round discussion at the board level till you found somebody outside that was acceptable, or you do it through a public referendum. And one thing I thought about in the public referendum, the members of the board would also need to agree that they will not be a candidate in the referendum. In other words, because you split the board the same way. If Jennifer decides she wants to run for mayor, then you've got the same board split. You see what I mean? And so if you go to the referendum, I think everybody needs to say, okay, we're not going to run. And then you decide, can you as a group find 2 or 3 or 4 that you would nominate to run in the public referendum? And that's about as far as I've gone, but it seems like that one is a way to break the tie that we may have on the board. I'm not sure about that. You may want to do that as a second step. You may want to just come in and have a session where each of you, nominate someone, and then you have a vote on each nomination. I mean, that's something begun also. Might be a first step.
I thought I recommended that we have a very short discussion tonight and then keep this on the agenda for next month.
Well, and I think it's helpful to, at least in my opinion, to hear this, because then it gives me something to contemplate for a more informed discussion.
There is a third option that Mr. Chappell didn't mention, and that's keep a mayor pro tem for the next 3 years and have an election when the next election comes around. So that is that's another viable option that meets the law, I believe. I looked into it. I would like to hear the public too, if the public has anything to say about it. I don't know if anyone signed up.
And excuse me, and I did think of that one, and the reason, and that's probably true. But because we have, at least at this stage, and I don't, hopefully that won't continue after we get past some of the more intense litigation. But at this stage, we have such a potential for a deadlock that we will have things that we cannot do and we cannot get done that everybody, including the village, wants to have done because we've got a deadlock. And there could easily be a mandamus action or something to require the board to perform their statutory duty of appointing a mayor. So the last thing I wanted was another claim and another litigation or something. So that's the reason I took that one off the table.
Mr. Chappell, that assumes that we won't come to compromise on things that we're considering. So it could very well be that there's not a 2-2 tie in the future for many things. I mean, and I don't see. I think in some ways, it's positive that we come to a compromise point about things that are before us as well. I mean, that's good government as well.
I believe we're functioning as a board right now. Yes.
And
we are, yeah.
And by the way, the one I didn't talk about was that you don't designate the people who run in the referendum. You simply say, everybody who wants to run, you can sign up just like you're running for mayor. But I assumed that the board would not then agree, because they had no control over that group. They would absolutely commit themselves to appoint the winner of that referendum as the mayor. You see what I mean?
I see what you mean.
So I was trying to avoid that situation.
So I know it's a long-winded answer because it's a very complicated question. So I'm not really looking for one, but kind of wanting to put in all of our minds is one of the things that I think we're all faced with as elected officials is I'm trying to choose my words wisely, the hindrance, if you will, or the unanticipated consequences of the Open Meetings Act. Because there's a lot of things that I think are proposed that we do benefit from a lot of one another's insight on. But the Open Meetings Act precludes us from having those conversations outside of having them at 10, 11 o'clock at night, because we get to informal discussion of the board. And it's not just for this particular issue, but it's for many other issues that come before us. And so I think it's hard when we're talking about, hey, we all have to come up with a candidate, because what if George and I had the same candidate in mind, but we can't talk about it until the day that this whole thing happens. And maybe he has concerns about, well, if it's this person, then how does that, there's a lot of things that I'm learning very quickly in this short period of time of taking, of being an elected official, is you hear a lot of politics. And politics are necessary. It's given a bad rep, but when I think of politics, it's understanding what your counterparts are, and that's how it moves the ball down the court and keeps the ball moving down the court. Not that it needs to be done in secret, but there's times to be like, hey, it's nice to have those conversations, or have the conversations with the public. And I know Mr. Donnellan is nodding his head, because him and I have had this conversation, is how do we have these productive conversations without violating the Open Meetings Act, without it having to be trustee and formal discussion at 11 o'clock at night when we're not firing, or at least I'm not firing on all cylinders anymore. So something to think about when we're thinking about this process is, how can we have this communication without violating any laws that I think were there to help public input process, were to be very transparent, but yet keep us working very isolated with one another.
Danielle, can't we have informal discussions earlier in the night?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, you can always have a separate workshop, and we notice it. So that way you can have it on a separate day for a specific item, if that's what you choose to do. Say this is the topic and you want to have it, residents come in and discuss that.
But suppose we listen to residents, and then we had informal discussion, and then we got to our cases. There's nothing that precludes that, is there?
We just need to have some type of, Mayor Pro Tem trustees, some direction as to how you want to go about that, so we can properly announce it and publish it.
Well, no, I think you're absolutely right, George. I think that I'd like to hear from the public, and get their input and be able to use that as part of our own deliberations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Give us that time to think about it.
I favor getting past the palindrome litigation before we get very serious about deciding on our approach for who becomes the next mayor, because I think that could very much influence how people feel. I think we're functioning as a board, actually. I don't think we've deadlocked on anything that's important to the residents of the village. In regards to a referendum, so state law prohibits us from having an election, and I think what Attorney Chappell is suggesting is a workaround. Not that I'm against it, but I don't know how you, if the county clerk is involved, right, then there's safeguards in place, right, as to who gets to vote, right, and you only get to vote once, and you have to be registered to vote, and I don't know how we manage that sort of thing. So I worry about that.
Trustee Benavides, I can tell you before the Voting Act Amendment in 2018, the village conducted all of their elections privately, just as you would do the referendum. So it's not something that is unusual.
So I know that, but the same concerns still apply.
Oh, yeah. All I'm saying is it's not uncommon, and that's what really happened until 2018 when you decided to go with the, under the new Voting Act and handled by the clerk, county clerk.
Well, I think at this point, I think that I would recommend that we give this some more time.
Okay.
Could we hear from, I mean, there are 3 people here that are the public, 4 actually.
Oh, that signed up? Yeah.
That, well, what may have something to say. Can we see if they have anything they want to add? And I was expecting Tom to be the person.
Thank you, Trustee Radnovich. I'm Lynn Eby, 801 Tyler Northwest. I think you've expressed already some of my concerns, especially about the referendum. What kinds of safeguards would be in place? And also, I think that it should be deferred until a later time after all this litigation calms down. So that's my view.
Thank you.
I really don't know. I mean, when we had the village elections that were not at the same time as the general elections, it still was, there were safeguards in place. So I don't know how you would incorporate that into a referendum.
My response, I was here, what happened in those elections was actually probably safer than what the county clerk does, because all the voting was here at Village Hall. Every voter had to have ID and had to have an ID that showed their residence as being in the village, and it was all handled by the village clerk and whatever. So no write-ins and no drop boxes and things like that. So may have cut down on voter turnout, but you knew everybody that was here was a resident and had verification when they voted.
I remember those days.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you do too, Gil.
Yeah.
You remember those days, yeah.
I even got to stand down here one day all along and watch it and be the voter.
I don't think that was
patrol.
necessarily a
Jeff,
better time.
You get a comment?
Yeah.
Jeff Phillips, 605 Schulte Road, Northwest. With respect to the referendum, I had heard Attorney Chappell mention that previously. And my only question or comment on that was if there was kind of a 2A and 2B, one a binding referendum and one a non-binding referendum, because my question was, wouldn't the Board of Trustees still need to vote after the referendum in accordance with the law and the ordinance? So that was a question. But I also, with respect to, first of all, Mayor Pro Tem right now, it's been a pleasure working with you, and I appreciate your leadership in these tough times. But as a government guy, I've always believed that you need a CEO, you need a chief elected official. And that's for purposes of a lot of other processes that are outside of the governing body. And it just seems to me, just thinking about this municipality, that we need a mayor. And time and proper due course and the will of the people is important, but there shouldn't be a lack of urgency, I guess, and that's my only other comment. So.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, let's call it, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You have the right to speak.
Go ahead, yeah.
I vote for Tom.
My name's Tom Donlin. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive, Northwest. I like the idea of getting public input. I like the notion of doing a referendum. Yeah, I mean, I was here on staff at election, and it was handled easily. I mean, it didn't seem to be a big deal, but it had been also being done for several years. So it was that whole process has to be reinvented in some ways because we've moved in a different direction. But we have the means to do this, and I guess I don't live in the fear that I think my fellow residents are out to stuff the ballots and make it so that it isn't a fair election or a fair sampling of what people think. So I think it would be a really good idea. And the thing I would really suggest and urge is, especially with multiple candidates, is do it as a ranked voting. Let people, that way you only have to do it once. You get a whole sense of people, how they like all the candidates. And you can use that to be able to come up with a good, it would help you give a better idea of, and get you to a more than 50% choice for the candidate or who's out there. And I agree. We need somebody that's leading the village. That's what they really want to do. And that's a different job than being a trustee. And I really, and it takes more time. It's not something, you need to have a commitment to doing that work. It's going to the Municipal League Conference, I mean, those are things that we need a mayor to do, and to be there and speak for us and to be the person we look up to. And it's challenging to do it now. I agree, and it makes it probably in some ways feels fairly divisive in terms of how some people will look at it, but it also might make us talk to one another, and actually that isn't a bad thing. And really think about what is it that we need, and what do we want to have as a village? Do we want to have a property tax like I suggest? I'm going to guess that one's going to go down in a very quickly, but it's still, I think it's worthwhile doing, and I think it makes it incumbent upon us to show that we can have a civil discussion about something that we have a lot of different opinions about. And I think it would be helpful to know, well, how does the village really feel about it? I mean, there's been a very vocal group of people dealing with it, and now suddenly, very late in the process, it seems like people are coming up to say, oh, well, wait a minute, we think this is really great. They haven't been around for a whole long time. So, I find it really interesting in that, and they have a right to be able to say that, and you need to hear from them that that's also how they feel. So I think holding off is you're ducking out on that input, and you're ducking out on hearing what the residents really want. So, thank you. And I appreciate the work that you do to do this. And I'm glad you went ahead and did this, because I think it's hard. It's hard to think about doing this. And it's a lot easier to keep kicking it down the road. And I think we need not to do that. Thank you.
I have one other comment. And I wrote it down in my, but I'm going to throw it out there on the table. I've thought for the last 2.5 years or 2 years that I've been trustee that the form of government that is strong mayor, weak council is not a good one. And this also could be a time when we could consider looking at other forms of government. So this might be the perfect time to consider something like that. So I just throw that on the table too.
So I think at this point, though, I think that we've had the short discussion. I think we need to have an opportunity again to hear from a broad representative group from the community. So although I'm sure that a lot of folks in the community want us to just kind of get on with it and get it done. I think we do need some time to kind of think it over and to determine how we want to move forward. Okay. Mr. Chappell?
If I might make one final kind of comment. The government is yours here, not mine, but to say we're going to kick this down until the Palindrome Friends issues are resolved, it seems to me like that's a decision that may be 2.5 years down the road. Because no matter what happens, one side or the other is going to appeal. And if you can't use an expedited process at the Court of Appeals is deciding cases in about 28 months right now. And so you've got a lot of conflicting interests and decisions that are going to be made that, somebody will appeal. For instance, to resolve this problem in what the court has ruled, the easiest thing and what we've been pressing Palindrome to do is just to come back and reprocess these applications. And we've come up with a timeline, they could be done with that in about 90 days. But we know that if they don't get approved what they want, they will appeal. If it does get approved, then probably Fins will appeal. So it solves some of the problems, but it doesn't stop the litigation and the conflict. So that's the reason I thought, from a governance point of view, you need to move forward.
That assumes that the litigation should continue.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people in this village, including myself, that think that it shouldn't, that we're spending too much money on it. And I know that's not a common, attitude of.
We have a hearing coming up very soon that could change the direction.
Let me explain that. As far as I'm concerned, representing the village, I don't represent either side. I don't care about the building, that sort of stuff. I'm purely in the middle. I have a court that said the approvals are invalid. We have an ordinance that says you cannot construct if you don't have approvals. So we are required to enforce our ordinances. I have already defended one case, got in it late, where the village was sued for failure to enforce the ordinances. So on the one hand, we have an obligation to do that, and there are lots of people, friends or otherwise, that could probably sue the village for failure to enforce their ordinances. And so in one sense, we have to enforce the ordinances. By the same token, we've got friends or somebody on the other side that could sue us because they're the winners in the case because we're not enforcing the ordinance to try to tear the building down, which may or may not be practical. I don't know what's happening. So as the village attorney, I feel like we can get sued from either side. And so we need to try to navigate that to avoid that risk to the full extent that we can. And so we can't just quit.
So yes, I mean, it could go on for years, you're right. But in the short term, there are going to be some decisions made that I think will put us on a path. Things will become a little clearer, and I think we can wait until those decisions are being made, have been made.
And hopefully that's true. I think maybe what we're going through now will color the thing enough that maybe people will come to the table a little quicker.
So in terms of what we're talking about though, in terms, with the discussion on mayor, we will again, let's see, we'll put this on a future agenda, okay, in order for us to talk about it. And then give certainly an opportunity for residents of the village to let us know what they feel about it as well.
Yeah, we could have a special meeting if you like.
Okay. And the final item is the trustee informal discussion. I know it's getting late, but I just had two items that I just wanted to bring forth to talk about. One is, I've talked with a couple of residents, and then once I talked with a couple of residents about this, I had a chance to talk with Pam Craig about this as well. Folks have been talking with me about the possibility of renaming the Del Norte open space to honor Mr. Craig. Okay, I wanted to bring it forward as an informal discussion item. He was certainly very much responsible for developing a number of the open spaces that we currently have in the village for decades. And Pam was very, very enthusiastic about this, and something that she believed that would truly represent Joe's contribution to the village. Okay, but I wanted to find out whether there were some other comments from you all about it.
I love the idea. I mean, he lived right on the south side of it. He had a gate to it, I believe, on his backyard. I've been there many times. So yeah, I think that's I'd definitely consider something like that. I like that idea. I don't know.
Well, let's think about the things that we've named after past mayors. We have Hartnett Park. We have the Larry Abraham's Agri-Nature Center. And we have a barn named after Alfredo Garcia. What's wrong with this picture? So I believe Joe Craig was a great advocate for open space. There were other people involved as well, right? Doing something for him, I agree, we should do. I don't know if that should be it, but we can talk about it some more.
I would support that idea of the Pasilda Norte open space.
Well, you know, what I'd like to be able to do is to get some further input from residents in the community, you know, to have them weigh in on this, but I think it would certainly be representative of Joe's contribution to the village. The other issue that I just wanted to bring up quickly was it seems to me that there would be a good opportunity for us to take a look at right-of-way issues along 4th Street, you know, try and get those resolved, you know, as quickly as we can. I know that there are a lot of folks that are truly interested in making this a viable walkway, you know, and certainly to support all the work that's already been done on 4th Street. I just want to make sure that we're able to really kind of push it forward and to get it done. Maria, do you have a comment about that?
Certainly. So I actually made the request to Mayor Pro Tem if we could have a work session with the Board of Trustees to discuss the project status, the right-of-way issues, and the schedule from now to final design, board approval, to bidding. Because we've had some issues primarily with right-of-way, but we also want to ensure before we bring a design to you that the Board of Trustees is comfortable with that design. So much like we did the value planning exercise before we went into final design, we'd kind of like to do that same kind of thing with you guys specifically. Now is a good time when there's a bunch of issues up in the air to be able to put some form to how we move forward to bring you a final design. So we would really like, the design team would really like to have a work session with you.
Okay.
And I would support that idea as well.
Yeah, I think it would bring some clarity, you know, to what we want to do.
And we need some direction from you guys.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, well, we're going to add that to the list. Okay. Okay, let me ask, were there any other kinds of discussion that we
I
had?
have a good segue discussion that I mentioned last month, and I'm going to mention it again, and I'll probably continue mentioning it. The 4th Street landscape is not looking great in all areas, and the trees, especially, I'm very worried about in certain irrigation zones, I believe. And so, again, I'll say that let's replace the plants that have died. There's parts of it that are just gone. And then something's wrong with the irrigation. And instead of paying Yellowstone to just go out there and, you know, trim or whatever they do every month, let's have them look at that irrigation system because something's up. And it's not, or it's I know there was some bug problems at one point in time, but I think we need to take care of our investment.
Okay.
That's the only thing I had this month. I don't know.
Trustee Benavides?
Yeah, there were a couple of things I'm going to skip over, but I'm going to mention what I would want to talk about. Del Norte open space, the dead trees. I heard from a resident that we have dead trees on there, and they probably should be removed if they're dead. At some point, I'd like to talk about using our GO bond see if we can acquire additional space north of the Del Norte open space so that we can have a better egress into that piece of property that's not dangerous, okay?
Yeah.
That's a really good idea.
And I did talk to Joshua about surface water rights, and he's looking for 12 acres, surface water rights for 12 acres. I think that would be wise for us to try to find that for him. But what I was really wanting to talk about was and it's late and I'll try to make it quick, was a toxic environment that we have here. And it was interesting that we got, I assume all of you got this letter from District Attorney Sam Bregman, right?
Oh, yeah.
Talking about that. It probably went out to all the elected officials and within his district. So just to recap some things that we've experienced. So before the election, George and I were getting harassing emails / texts from a particular resident threatening to come to our homes, right?
At all hours of the day.
Yes, and we did something about that, and it stopped. We reported that to the sheriff's office. Back, let's see, in 2023, before the election, I saw a resident in Village Hall flip off Mayor Don Lopez. I want to identify that person. In regards to, so we have Friends of Los Ranchos making accusations about secret meetings. Unless there's evidence of secret meetings, I don't think those accusations are of any value. In fact, they're very hurtful. Let me say it like this. You can disagree with Don Lopez in regards to the Palindrome project. You can say he was out of touch with the residents, but he was actually proud of that project. You know, he had no reason to hide from it. He ran on it. Well, let me say this about the palindrome project. I think the debate is about whether or not the apartments will come down. It's not about whether or not you like it. It's about whether or not the apartments will come down, okay? Let's see. A couple meetings back in this village hall, when I was speaking, someone said, "F you, Gil." I didn't hear it, but other people sitting next to this person did hear it. And finally, I think we need to make a distinction, because we keep saying things like the previous administration did this, the previous administration did this. George never voted on anything that's palindrome related. I didn't vote on anything that was palindrome related until May 29th. I did abstain on a vote, like in 2023, which was a procedural thing, which is what the Open Meetings Act violation is all about. But this has a long history in the coming that got us to this point. And I think when you hear comments about, like we heard today, that I should resign or George should resign, it's because we're perpetuating this myth that this was our vision. And it's not. And so I'd like to ask you, when you do say this, something about the previous administration, be sure to define who that previous administration was that made this particular decision about the project that you see. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
You're talking about the public.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Asking us to resign, yeah.
Well, and perpetuating that myth.
Oh, even us up here. We're not careful. If we talk about this happened during the previous administration, people assume.
I see what you're saying.
You and me.
Be more specific is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, and again, just to clarify, my discussion here as the elected trustee, that discussion about, quote, the previous administration is based on what had transpired in in district court, you know, and my objective here has been to try and find resolution to get it settled. And that's why I participated the way I did. But again, what occurred in what the court had identified in Judge Shepard's ruling was that there were problems with the way that it had been done in the previous administration. I'm not at all looking at trying to revisit decisions that were made years ago. I'm trying to focus on getting it right now so that we don't have any further litigation coming to us and then this would you know, make sure that we're going to limit, you know, the risk to the village. That's my total concern. My total concern in participating in this as the board's representative, you know, and certainly, you know, and I understand the costs that are associated with this. I truly do. But I think that we need to rectify what had not been done previously and for us to move on and reach a settlement agreement. Palindrome has been very difficult to work with in that way. You know, so that's my only kind of connection to what was said before.
Do you believe they don't want to do the cure, which is to send the site development plans?
Yeah, to cure it. You know,
are you saying they resist doing that?
They have resisted doing that.
Okay.
They resisted doing that. You know, and that's why, I mean, you know, and folks, I know, I've been, you know, I've been criticized by the fact that, we sent them a couple of letters that I signed off on, for the purpose of trying to do this without having to go back to court. That was my intention, to try and get it resolved, okay? You know, and unfortunately, they were not being cooperative in getting us to that point.
I appreciate what you're saying, but I do not agree with what Mr. Chappell has told us, that we couldn't just stop. I hear you, but I don't see a reason, and I have talked to other, you know, legal, other lawyers about this, and I don't see a reason why we can't just learn from our mistake, if we want to call it that, and move on, and then save that money, and I think Palindrome said, and I know I'm not supposed to be talking about Palindrome, but I think they said that they'd be willing to bring the whole phases 4, 5, and 6 through the standard process. So
I was talking about 1, 2, and 3, that they'd be.
Yeah, but
willing to do.
Oh, I know,
that doesn't,
I know you
yeah,
were. I know you were.
but that doesn't cure 1, 2, and 3. Is
I know, and I.
Yeah.
My only comment that I want to just kind of keep on the forefront is, again, the formation of committees in Main Street for businesses. Doing something like that because, you know, again, kind of, we're talking about potentially raising gross receipts tax. We need to support these businesses that we're going to be doing that from. So I want to, again, bring that to the forefront and how we form the committees. So it's late. I'm done.
I'd be very supportive of that, too.
Yep, me too.
Do I hear motion to adjourn?
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Mayor, could I just make one clarification? I just want to verify, so when everybody's thinking about this, through the research, I think that Trustee Benavides and Trustee Renaud only had one opportunity to vote on a palindrome issue, and that was the appeal from the Planning and Zoning Commission. But Trustee Benavides abstained, and Trustee Radnovich did not participate because of his prior dealings with palindrome. So nobody on this board has ever voted on a palindrome issue based on my research.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are adjourned. Oh, time is
2 o'clock.
10:50.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
We're going naughty.